G'day, freedom lovers. How are we today? I know I'm not dressed as my usual self. I'm feeling a little bit more metal today. Check this t-shirt out. I got this one once upon a time for like, what was it? I think it was about $6. It was either $6 or $7, something really expensive like that. And where was it? Dimmy's, good old Dimmy's in Richmond. Check this out. Fucking beauty, isn't it? Real beautiful t-shirt, that one. You know, you can imagine finding a fine like that for $6. Truth. Sips to that. I dare say there's only a handful of people out there that actually know the band Ministry and the album Filth Pig, for which this wonderful picture comes from. But I always thought it was a good one. You know, the whole meathead sort of scenario, dripping in blood, and the American flag, and the hang on, let's get this. Nope, turn it around. And the don't blame me badge, you know, typical political bullshit. And it seems it doesn't matter who the fuck you vote for, you end up with the same bullshit one way or the other, isn't it? Okay, Robin, how you going? So there's a lot to look at these days. There is definitely a lot to look at these days. What's important at the moment, though, is that Troy Thompson, as we know, was on here a couple of weeks ago, telling us all about how it's time to get rid of the Townsville City Council. And truth, do I agree or what? But he's actually managed to get it past the post now. It's now an official Queensland government petition. It's now officially been accepted by the state of Queensland as a proper petition, dismissal of Townsville City Council. You know, time to jump on this one, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it'll add weight to it. Even if you've signed the other one, I highly recommend you jump on this one. The link is in the description, of course, but I'm punching it here into the chat for you, mob, to make it a little bit easier, if that helps. Hopefully it does. You know, I think, I mean, already 323. I only just got notified of it. Well, I only just found out about it today, but I believe it looks like it was posted 4 days ago. But, you know, things have been happening. Things are a bit far moving along at the moment. Of course, this is another one we should probably get onto. It's running out in the next week. Immediately halt the destruction of the data of biospecimens and preliminary reports as part of the COVAX research program, because, well, you know, they're ramping up the fucking bullshit again. They're going for round 2 of Agenda 21 at the moment. As we see, this one was, you know, only just come out today, fresh off the press from the bullshit media, as we know them to be. Aussies urged to get booster jabs as new COVID-19 variant detected in multiple states. Like, is anybody actually buying this shit at this point? It is the $1 million question, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, I took to social media to see what the general public think. You know, the fear mongers are obviously doing their bit. That's what they do best, is fear, sell more drugs, because, you know, whether it's cocaine or fucking MNR vaccines, somebody's making a buck, and that's the important thing, you know. So I sussed it out, and I checked out that 7.19% of fucking social media users at the moment are complete fucking morons. And here's the evidence right here. I'll zoom in a little bit just so you can see just how friggin' laughably stupid the general public is. Can we just drop them comments for a second there? You can see here the general thing was to click the yes thumbs up if you think that do you trust COVID vaccines, and wall for no. So wall was where I've started, and wall for fuck no is 6,707 people said, fuck no, I do not trust this bullshit. 2,509 fucking voters actually laughed in the face. Like, are you fucking serious? So it's a pretty resounding, are you fucking serious? No, fuck no. But sadly, there were 714 complete fucking morons still who actually think this shit works. Seriously, how the fuck have they presented any proof at all? Fuck no, not at all. So apparently 714 people, which equates to 7,000. We're looking at a voting pool close to 10,000, not close enough to push it to, you know. Anyway, 7.19. We round it up to 7.2. So that means that we have 92.8% of the human Australian people that are looking at the Gympie Times have a fucking brain, which is really encouraging to see. I think this is good news for the human race. So get ready. They're ramping up again. Are they trying it on? It's all statistical shit to see how much they can push this shit. A coworker told me they had COVID, and I responded with, "So you have a little flu and 7 days off, huh?" Nice work, butterfly. And see, you got the China sniffles. Don't forget. You can never forget China sniffles is always a wonderful way to call it. Right now, this new variant, I'm definitely going to get my next shot right now. I knew you would, Clark. I knew you would. If anyone I could count on, it'd be you, my friend. It would definitely be you. So anyway, I thought that was a nice little chuckle of a way to start. But as far as having a bit of a chuckle for a way to start goes, let's rip into some of these other memes. Oh, actually, I meant to leave that up, didn't I? Because we're going to, can we go? It's going to be easier to do it this way. Sorry. I was hoping I could keep scrolling through. Well, let's do a few memes, a little bit of funny stuff. So yeah, it was supposed to be me, myself, and I, but me, myself, and I reached out to the general community and found my multiple personality disorder has actually manifested into a few people. And I want to thank the patient ones in the background there for waiting while I go through the beginning of this jovial session. Yeah, that's up. Cool. Add to stage. All right. So if genders confuse you, go milk a bull. I think it's a great way to really put these things into perspective, don't you? This isn't really working. Okay, anyway. Mamur Castle, Turkey, over 1,500 years old. What do you notice? Nothing's changed. There's I think it's supposed to be a secondary part to this. This isn't working out. I'm going to actually have to do this a different way. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it is not working. All right, cool. And that still didn't work. Anyway, what people think paying taxes is like, what it actually looks like. Yep, that's pretty much it. I struggle to see a problem here. Hey, Suzanne, how's the weather in Scotland? I might say it's a bit chilly up here in North Queensland. Now, this morning I got out of bed and, I was, Struth, it's cold. Do I put the long pants on? Is it going to, hurt me a bit later in the day if I do the long pants? I did do the hoodie because it's easy to take that off. Taking your pants off in public is apparently frowned upon unless you're some sort of a, gender confused person. But, I got out there, I checked the temperature. I'm like, Struth, it's got to be like 10 degrees or something. And it says 17. I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. But rest assured, my feelings were put back into perspective as the Bureau of Meteorology told me it actually felt like 14. And it turns out I don't know what it feels like. So I want to thank the Bureau of Meteorology for, correcting me in the fact that I felt like it was 10 degrees, but I actually felt like it was 14 and I just needed them to tell me. So thanks heaps, Bureau of Meteorology, for letting me know that I actually felt that it was 14 degrees while it was 17 while thinking it was 10. Much appreciated. But anyway, how's the weather in Scotland, Susan? Let's move along. What else have we got? See, this is another one of those wonderful lighthouse scenarios here. As you can see, a long time ago in 1912 to 2017, a good 100 years has passed, and that coastline doesn't look like it's moved a hell of a lot, eh? Funny that. Funny. Me refusing to affirm your delusion is not a form of violence. Just want to, really emphasize that, just because you think something doesn't mean I have to think something. And I think my guest in the background will certainly agree with this particular point of view here when we throw this video into the mix, because it's important to acknowledge it's all about a point of view.
So what I told you was true from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?
Luke, you're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
And my point of view is that if you're a man and you think you're a woman, that's fine. But don't expect me to go along with it. That's my point of view. All right, here we go. So the more things change. It's taken 500 years to turn the Mona Lisa into that. I don't know. Have we improved things? I can see certain elements have improved, perhaps, but for the most part, it kind of looks like one of those weird clown things that you throw the balls in the mouth of. You might be throwing different kind of balls in the mouth of this one, but that's another story altogether. Anyway, today people are scared of eating red meat, eggs, and butter, but have no issue eating foods with 20 plus ingredients they can't even pronounce. Go figure. Never have thought, for thousands and thousands of years, we've been eating meat, we've been eating eggs, and, people have been painstakingly making butter, because apparently that shit takes a long time to make by hand. I can imagine, maybe it was weightlifting back in the day. That's how you built up muscle, was to make butter. I don't know. But anyway, fuck that. Let's eat the chemicals. With a pocket full of cash and a tank full of gas, you are free. With electric vehicles and digital currency, you are controlled. It's pretty straightforward, simple logic, I thought, And again, it's another one of those things that, I'm sure some people have put to the test at some point in their life and gone, how free am I? Well, I'm going to go down the street without my wallet, without my phone, and see how far I get before I go, fuck this, I'm going home. Because you're not going to get far without some cash, a bit of fuel in the tank, and a functional vehicle. It shows you how free you are. Freedom depends on how much money you have. Anyway, speaking of freedom, my generation would decide the future. Right? We look at the old school mob and think, oh, well, that's wonderful. Your generation can't even figure out if you're a boy or a girl. I have to wonder, what are the pronouns of fucking, grumpy bitch here? What are her pronouns or her pronouns? Or I know, I assumed a gender. Oops. Conspiracy theorist, a term used to discredit those who see through the bullshit. I'm inclined to agree there. Wonderful art too. G'day, Bill Gates, not a doctor. I was a tech nerd until I decided there were too many people on Earth. That's a pretty accurate assessment, wouldn't you agree? I'm Tedros Adhanom. I'm not a doctor. I was a Marxist terrorist until I took over the World Health Organization. So apparently, if you're looking for a job, a high-paying one in the the globalist elite world health organization, becoming a terrorist is a prerequisite. Saying I identify is the same as saying I pretend to be. Change my mind. Did see an interesting. I think it was Wayne and the Tom and that from the What the Fuck guys put a good video on some straight person walking into a transgender thing and assuming, well, I'm the head of this meeting now. I've decided that's what I identify as the leader here. All they could do is transfer. Hilarious. Go away, I'm fully vaccinated. Ironically, that's why I'm here. I'm gonna leave that sit there in light of the way we started this podcast. Don't forget to click that like button and the hearty buttons and the little thumbsy up ones and all those things. Still a Marxist terrorist. I agree. He just gets paid better now. If you keep them busy with basic needs, they will forget about the freedom they lost. And that's where we're at. And that's exactly how I felt pushing the trolley through the supermarket today. Watching the dollar signs just fly out of my wallet. And of course, it certainly come to fruition when it came time to pay the bill at the end of the lady scan and all that shit. Come up to a whopping $220 fucking plus dollars, and it was the bottom of the trolley. Seriously, the bottom of the trolley, and it's just bare essentials, and tonight's dinner. So yeah, I know where my freedom's gone. I know where it is, and it's any wonder that our forefathers were sent to this country here for a slice of bread, stealing that slice of bread, like how much has actually changed when you really think about things, in that historical context of, like people constantly starving and being sent for life sentences for trying to feed themselves and their families, like nothing's really changed. Anyway. Maybe the shapes of the buildings. So they're no longer pyramids. But anyway, to all those who refuse to be manipulated by the media, I salute you. Big ass fucking sips, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, there we go. Sips. Magic buttons. Gotta love it. So back then, Dad had 3 to 4 kids. Nowadays, kids have 3 to 4 dads. Climate change is crazy. Love it. Absolutely love it. So this is an interesting one, although it's a little bit presumptuous, but, you know, it's an important one nonetheless, you know, because as soon as this shit happened, people are sending me emails going, look, we've identified them, because in just about every media article, they did everything they could to hide the identities of these people. But amazingly, it gets out. The problem isn't the machete. No shit. It's the deranged thug we imported who's wielding it. Now, was he imported? Was he born and raised here? At the end of the day, what I see here is Marxism. You know, these people have 100% been entitled by this leftist ideology that all white people are horrible and they can do whatever the hell they like. But of course, the Victorian government, being the absolute lunatics that they are going to go, let's ban machetes. Not importing people that are not integrating, and it's certainly not arrest the criminals and punish it. No, that would be smart. Fuck that. Let's just ban machetes, because that'll solve the problem. Anyway, seeing this beauty today. I want peer-reviewed articles and at least 10 sources. Why he got jabbed in a parking lot by a stranger with a drug he knew nothing about just to get a free donut. It's amazing how, you know, we want to check the facts at certain times, but don't seem to give a shit when you're filled with media phobia and fear. This is a good one. Love this one. Why alien abductions only happen at night. It's 9 p.m. and you're just telling me now you need a human for school tomorrow? Been there before, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? Whether you were the child saying it or the parent receiving it, or perhaps both. It all makes sense now. We've solved the whole problem. No need to question this anymore. That's why we only get abducted by night time, because, you know, at the end of the day, we're just a scientific experiment. Alien ant farm. Interesting band. Here today, gone tomorrow. So what government promises? Oh, look at the lovely heart. But it turns out they're giving you the shaft. As always, we know this. We know this. So this is an interesting one. This isn't really something to laugh at. I guess we should perhaps laugh instead of cry. But, you know, once Labor has opened the floodgates on taxing unrealized gains, they will tax gains in value on your family home. And I mean, even if it's just unrealized gains on a superannuation fund, and that's all it ever is, let's contemplate that for a second. Let's just think about how much the bracket creep has already happened. Let's think about how much the cost of living is going up. Let's think about how much they're taking superannuation more and more and more and more out of your actual wage. And, you know, but before you know it, 50% of your wage will be superannuation, and it won't take long to get to 3 million so that they can tax the shit out of it again, you know. But of course, rest assured, government is exempt for these things, and of course, all lawmakers and judges who might vote against it or, you know, work with you in a court of law, you know, well, they're getting the kickbacks too. They're not going to help you because they don't want to get on the wrong side of the stick. But anyway. But they're coming after your home, they reckon, because according to this, by this Robert Gottliebson, Gottliebson, I don't know, I'm guessing that's how you say it. The unrealized gains tax has been carefully designed by Treasury so it can be extended to all investment assets to maybe one day the family home. You know, I mean, we all knew that. Anybody with half a brain had already figured this out. But of course, now we have the proof, you know, and I'd just like to congratulate everybody who decided, I'm not going to vote. It only encourages the bastards. You handed the country to these people. You could have voted for freedom parties. And considering, was it something like, how much was it again? 23% of the population didn't vote. That 23% of the population had voted. It would have been a significant change. Anyway. I thought this one was hilarious. It basically starts with a missing drunk man spent hours helping a search party look for himself, only in Australia. But of course, we had to get the story because the story makes it even better. So, bloke gets lost in the bush drunk, ends up joining the search party for himself. So, this legend from Dubbo sinks a few too many tinnies at a bush doof, decides to go for a quick wander to take a leak, as you do. What goes in must come out. That's the basic laws of physics, and just vanishes. Mates reckon he's gone walkabout, so they launch a full-blown search mission. Cops, SES, even Barry from the servo with his drone gets involved. Hours later, some bloke stumbles out of the scrub and joins the volunteers, starts helping, asking, what's the bloke look like? They go, his name's Dave. Bit cooked, wearing a Bintang singlet. He pauses and goes, wait, I'm Dave. Been searching for himself for 2 hours, gave himself a stern talking to, had a feed, and promised next time he gets maggoted in the bush, he'll bring a compass and a responsible adult. Yeah, right. And monkeys might fly out of my butt. Speaking of things flying out of one's butt, just a reminder that the Earth doesn't have a cow farting problem. This building generates more shit than all the cows put together. Yep, there's a hell of a lot of methane coming out of this. Some of them say they just talking hot air, but I'm going with methane. Definitely going with methane. Dave's not here, says Jake. And that concludes our little meme session there. Brother Oliver, if you're ready, let's bring Oliver into the mix. G'day, Oliver. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, pretty good, Mark. How are you, man?
Yeah, not too shabby, mate. Not too shabby.
Yep.
So, my friend, much like a great many people who are feverishly signing petitions to get rid of our Townsville City Council, you yourself have decided to ramp things up a little bit, mate. Tell us a little bit about your personal motivation as to why you've done this and what's going down.
Oh, I think you guessed it there, Mark. You know me pretty well. Ramping things up. That's what we need. That's really it, man. I saw the petition and I actually wanted to do it early. I just I couldn't commit until I was like absolutely sure I could do the event on the date. That's the only reason I held off longer than what I did, because really would have been better to do it sooner. But I made an event for the 19th of June this month. So in a couple of weeks now, I think it is. A day before the petition is meant to go through, there'll be a rally at the council chambers at 8 a.m. in the morning for people to come down and
on what day is that?
The 19th of June. This
19th
month.
of June.
Oh, sorry, next month.
Yep. So 19th of June next month.
Correct.
Is the petition still functioning at that point, or?
Yeah. So I did it the day before the.
Closing date
rally.
the 20th. Yeah, cool, beauty.
Yeah. So the rally, I intentionally put it on that day because I know how Aussies are. I know how I am. We do things at the last minute. And
like our homework.
Yeah, and somehow we managed to make it work.
Yeah, and aliens too.
Sorry?
And the aliens too.
What, last minute?
Yeah. Didn't you? You weren't paying attention, were you? I'm gonna have to bring it back up now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I bet Aussie. Yeah, no, I know. I bet Aussie made that. No, I know what it is. Yeah. But yeah, because that's how things are. Like, if I'm not even joking. Like, I've spoken to people in council that have worked in like events and all that sort of thing, and in other parts of government too, and they say that when they do events, they notice that we all will buy tickets at the last minute, and other event organizers too know this. It's how we are. So I'm like, okay, let's put it the day before the petition is due. And hopefully we get some, it gets some attention and people turn up, and we post about it. I'm thinking of definitely, making some social media posts about it and spreading that, so that people go like, oh, bugger, it's the thing's ending tomorrow. Geez, I better sign it. That's the hope.
Yep.
But yeah.
All right, sweet. So, gathering out front of council on the 19th.
Yes.
Yep.
And
At 8 o'clock in the morning.
yep, that's correct. And it'll be your stock standard rally with people talking about things that are important to them. I think there's not a whole lot that people need to hear because we all know the issue. We all know what they're doing. We all know it's wrong. And yeah, it's just about talking about how we're going to proceed forward here. Of course, there's the petition. I'm interested to discuss, other alternatives to what it looks like when we have a functioning council or a functioning government in any form. So yeah, that's some things that I'm keen to share. But other people are welcome. Anyone is welcome to come along to this event who can be kind, not kind, who can be courteous and respectful to others.
I'd like to think they're going to be kind. I mean, we've got an unkind council, so I mean, as long as you're not going to act like council, we should be all right. Don't blow smoke up my ass. Tell me everything's going to be all right, and then tax the shit out of me.
Yeah, no, that is not kind, courteous, or respectful.
No, it's underhanded, it's deceitful, and that's what we've come to expect from our local council.
Yes, that's right, man. It's just wild, and something else I want to talk about with people, just like because we think about the problem so much and how horrible these people are, and we just get screwed over by them so much that I think sometimes it's actually difficult to imagine.
Yes,
wow,
Townsville, Kerry. Sorry, Kerry's
imagine?
asking. Yes, it is in Townsville.
Yeah. But can you imagine what it would be like to have people that actually work for you? Like just like close your eyes and imagine. Like, my God, can you imagine councillors that actually go to the people and go, what can I do for you? How can I help you? What are the things that you need to have a great Townsville? Can you imagine that? My God.
Well, we've seen that. What Troy was doing that, and look what happened.
Yep, he was.
The result was get him out of here. We can't have this. He's not signing off on the bureaucratic nightmare.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Did you see that George Christensen's throwing the hat in as well?
I did, yeah. For personal reasons. It wasn't political. I think he just, for personal reasons, he didn't want to talk much about it. But
yeah. Well, obviously he did mention he needs to care for his daughter and whatnot, which is totally fine. But within the email I got, give me a sec. I think I've got a copy of it here actually.
Yeah.
Because he sent it out to all his readers. He was basically also pointing out that it wasn't just okay, maybe I don't have it here. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I thought I saved it somewhere, but
I did read
but he was also stating that the council in itself is just completely broken because he started there, many moons ago, I believe in the vicinity of, 15 odd years or so. I can't remember exactly how long it was off the top of my head, but he was saying he started off in council a long time ago before he went to federal level representing us here in Dawson, and then he's gone back to council and he's like, it's a completely different beast. And at this point, the bureaucracy, the machine, the business end of the council is completely taken over, and the councillors are fundamentally yes men. They're not getting that public opinion and support. What they're actually doing is pushing the agenda of the business end of council, and we certainly see that here in Townsville, where our CEO is being paid more than the fucking Prime Minister. Like, that makes no sense. The guy's never held a CEO position, and as anything other than CEO as a temporary one. He's never actually been a full-blown CEO. Lives down in the goddamn Gold Coast, gets flown up on, I'm assuming, top-notch flights every bloody week, backwards and forwards at our expense. How is this a good move? And I mean, the fact that Christian Price was there on the yacht with him, getting all buddy before he votes for him, that looks really good. It's utterly disgraceful. Yeah,
man. I admit I wasn't aware. Does he live in the Gold Coast?
Yeah. He's not even from Townsville.
You're joking. And no. I know Jenny doesn't live in town. Like, she lives in Brisbane now, right? And I don't know. Yeah, well, I know that. I'm pretty sure
she's originally Victorian. Don't hold that against her. Not all Victorians are assholes. A lot are.
Yeah. No, that's all good. Yeah, that's just wild. That like, because I think about it from my perspective, right? If I go to, how would that make me feel? And I know other people would think that too, right? Imagine going to another town and then being like, okay, I'm going to run the show here. Like I think most people would have a little bit of internal conflict, or something would happen in them. They'd be like, oh, I'm not really from here, so I feel like maybe I don't have the right to tell people what to like. A normal person would probably think those things, but not these people. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, I'm not running for government. I'm not a local. I've only been here for 8 years. I'm still figuring it out. What I am is a pissed off friggin' ratepayer,
Oh,
a pissed
mate.
off taxpayer, and I want to know where my money's going.
Mate, you're true blue enough for Townsville. I'll give you that.
Oh, thank you.
I'd vote for you.
I must say, even the left wing lunatics at the mainstream media, I think I was here all of a couple of weeks, turn around and, geez, you really do belong in Queensland, eh? Well, yeah, you're obviously too young to realise, but all of Australia was like this once upon a time.
Yeah. Isn't that
I
interesting?
just never stopped remembering.
Queensland's almost like a bit of a stronghold, isn't it? For that old Australia.
I got a lot of friends who have come up this way, even before I did. One of the things, one of my friends who's been up here for about 20 odd years said to me is like Queensland, particularly North Queensland, is the last bastion of a real Australia.
Yeah.
And even in places in Darwin, basically you can pretty much draw a line down the center of the country. Everything north is the real end of Australia. Everything south has just gone completely tits up.
Like the historian in me is like thinking of when the Vikings, and I love the Vikings, right? But when the Vikings invaded England, or Britain, and they like kind of took over like pretty much everything, and it was just what was it? Oh my god, I can't remember it was like Alfred's kingdom.
Wessex, was it?
I think
I remember.
Goodness, this is really bad. I feel so bad. I don't remember the actual.
It's all right. I'm feeling just as bad. Shall we use the information superhighway and find out?
I'm sure it was was it Mercia? No, I think it was Wessex.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But yeah, like they all, like he repelled the invasion, and it was just them, and they somehow like kind of integrated and ended up. Well, it wasn't a smooth everyone getting along after that. There was much blood spilt on both sides.
Poor old England got fucking assaulted from many a side, because it wasn't just the Viking that was having a crack. I believe that, there was a bit of a crack from the Spaniards and the French as well, from various different points of view.
Yeah, later on in history after this, I believe that's what happened. I'm not too familiar with that part of history, but yeah. But in any case, we're kind of like that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, pick a point in history and you'll find the same story being told over and over again, fundamentally. You can pick up any history book and find the same bullshit happening over and over again. The problem is most people have forgotten history,
Yeah.
Whether it's going one way or the other, it's fundamentally the same story each time. Some asshole's trying to get, shit in your lunchbox. We're going to let this asshole shit in my lunchbox or what,
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, that's what we are, like the last little bastion, as you said. And it's interesting because I wonder, like, how will this repelling look? Because we don't live in the dark ages anymore. It's we're very interconnected, and it's not, borders aren't necessarily just where the borders are drawn. There's lots of other mediums which cross the borders, like the internet and that sort of thing. And so it's like how does this defiance look like in this age? We're spreading the Queensland culture.
That's it. Everybody's regrouped. We're ready to get the Rebel Alliance into effect. Going to take out Darth Vader and the Empire.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but I think an interesting question I like to put to you, my friend, is what you're obviously a lot younger than I. Lucky you haven't got the wonderful Reed Richards look going on like I do. But
I'm
what
getting there.
inspires young people to go, I've had a gutful of this council? What
Oh,
was
that's the
your
milk.
moment where you've gone, you know what, this is bullshit?
Yeah.
What's my motivation here?
I was just gonna say that's the $1 million question. If I could tell you what it is that inspires young people to do things,
Well,
my goodness.
let's bring it in. What inspired you?
If it's for me, I think, well, I've just had enough. Everyone's had enough. We can do better. I would say that when I open the history books and I look at how societies used to be in the past, yes, there's a lot of things that we probably wouldn't agree with today, and they could have done things better and all of that, right? But the thing that stands out to me is people's character. I'm like, my goodness, these men and women actually cared about stuff. They cared about their people. They cared about their country. They cared about making their society good. Everyone wanted to contribute and make things better. And when I'm reading these things, and when I read how many people took part in that too, when, say there was a battle or something, thousands of people, like men, would be like, yep, we're here, we're ready to fight, we're ready to oppose this tyranny and get together. And that's really the thing that inspires me. But for this event, I think, yeah, it's really just, I want to have a crack at seeing how it'd be called, making things different here. This is something that's going to shift things in Townsville if it is successful. And it's a tricky process because I don't know, even if the petition is successful and they get rid of the councils, it's like, well, what's next? Who are we going to get in, and how is it going to be different to last time? Because all councils have this problem. But, so I don't know how it's going to go, but it needs to start somewhere. But yeah, it just comes down to, we deserve better. People in this town deserve better, and we can do better. We can do enormously better. Like, the way I see it is, Townsville could be, like, seriously one of the best towns in Queensland. It could be better than Brisbane if we wanted it to be, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are the things that make Brisbane better than us? Well, it's not just that they have big buildings. Like really, is that something that makes a town better? That they've got like Foot Lockers and cool clothes shops and a fountain? Like, that's not it. That's not what makes the town cool. Like, there's other things. And those are the things that I want us to talk about. And those are the things that are within reach. The things that I'm talking about are like making, like, there's the architectural side of things, right? Actually making a town look nice. There's that. There's activities and programs that can be done to make people feel like, hey, there's actually things to do in this town. Because that's what all the young people and everyone says wherever you go, right? Because I've traveled down the East Coast. I spoke to everyone and anyone that I encountered, and it's so funny because I'll go to the big cities, and even still you'll hear people say like, there's nothing to do, and I've been like, wait a minute, what did you just say? I'm in Melbourne.
How hard have you looked?
You're telling me there's nothing to do here. People have been telling me to go to these places where there's things to do and I'll meet people and all this, and they're saying there's nothing to do. So I'm like, okay, then clearly these big cities are still lacking in something. They're not doing it for people, and it just makes me think that, look, I think with how Townsville is, with our size, with everything, I see like perfect opportunity. We can actually be like, probably, I'm gonna say it, we could be the best town in Australia. I'm just gonna put it out there. We could be.
Mate, you've grown up here all your life, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah, right. So as a bloke who come from, what was a quite suburban region of Victoria, which is now an overwhelmingly invaded region, where I cannot recognize my home anymore, and I certainly can't recognize half the people, and most of them you can't communicate with because they don't want to speak English. One of the things I was loving as soon as I got here to Townsville was, oh my God, these people are Australian. They have the old school Australian values. Everybody smiled. Like, nobody seemed to hate their fucking life as much as they did in Victoria. Like, where when I left my region in Victoria, everybody hated their lives. You could just see it. It's like communism and socialism had already set in. They were miserable. Their entire existence was miserable. To go into the shop and be greeted with a friendly smile had become a foreign thing. So when I seen it up here, I'm like, fuck yeah, I found Australia again. Like to approach a zebra crossing and have people stop. Like, it was weird at first because I'm standing there going, this cunt's going to run me over, and they're going, why isn't he crossing the road?
Yeah.
Like, it was that much of a cultural difference. Because when I was a kid, mum and dad it was always taught us, just because you got right away doesn't mean they're going to stop. And the more the years went, the more the population increased, the more let's say people who were not born here in Australia increased, the less likely you were to step out on the road. Just crossing the street was a dangerous thing. When I was a kid, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, exactly. The sense of community and togetherness, that's what really attracted me to Townsville. But It didn't take long before all of a sudden we're starting to see the same problems, that I was starting to see down south, and things are only going to get worse. The more, Elbow in particular importing every man and his dog from, some of the worst regions of the world. We've got machete attacks and all sorts of horrible shit happening down south. Here, yeah, we've got a crime problem, but at least they're trying to do something. And actually, the Liberal government's approach to attempting to do something has actually wound up certain elements of the UN. Like, it's a recent thing I've started doing is actually getting a bit of news from the UN just to see what, know your enemy is my theory. But have a look at this. I'm just going to bring this up. This is straight from the UN's own news feed, came straight into my mailbox this week.
As a result of
what he's doing. World News in brief. Terror! Crime link alarm, child detention in Australia. And sure, and we've seen Chris Foley going, fuck you, I don't answer to the UN. I answer to the voters of Queensland who are sick of being terrorised in their own home by juvenile delinquents and various other people, But, Australia justice system in spotlight over child offenders reform. To Australia, where top independent rights experts. Oh, I'm sure they're again, the rights of criminals, I'm guessing, couldn't be the rights of the people whose homes are being invaded, their cars being constantly stolen. Like, I know people here in town who are selling their homes and ready to leave because they're sick of being broken into time and time again, and the criminals go free. But the UN's concerned. I've got independent rights experts coming in to express their concern at proposed legal reforms that could increase penalties for children. Well, if little shits aren't fucking doing what they're told, what choice have you got?
Yeah. I think something that I think about here when I look at things like this is what's the intention, right? Because they can deal with it, but they don't. It's not because they can't, it's because they won't. And it's like, well, okay, I think I'm just going to spitball here, hypothesis. Here we go. I reckon that maybe they're trying to push people to the limit so that they break, because that's what happens when you push someone too far. They'll snap and they'll lose it. And then they'll be able to put in more draconian laws for whatever happens, right? That's my little conspiracy, if you will. But, conspiracies these days tend to, what do they say? The difference between a conspiracy theory and what's that funny thing? It's like, and the truth is like 6 months or something. Like, have you heard that?
Yeah. What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact? Yeah, 6 months. So what I love about this is, like, seriously, the entire Queensland gets a special mention, and it gets 3 lines. And it's garbage. These include the so-called adult time legal reform in the state of Queensland. If adopted later this week, it could, I'd like to emphasize the word could, result in children serving longer jail time for dozens of criminal offences. Well, if they're murdering people and doing, really nasty shit and clearly not remorseful, I mean, considering we've got cases here of, some of these young offenders being busted 200 plus times, to the extent that, I've even spoken to police myself who have arrested a kid one point, let them go because of the piss weak fucking laws handed down by fuckwits like this at the UN. And then they go and catch the same kid 1 hour later with no remorse, no give a shit, because you know what? He didn't even get punished. He got caught and let go. What's the point? What's my motivation here? Nobody's going to stop me. They'll stop me and then let me go. Oh, fuck it. I'll just make sure I don't get caught next time. That's the moral of the story. This is ridiculous. But the first jail should always be what? The first goal should always be keeping children out of prison. I think we've done that 200 times released. How many? We've gone past first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Keep going. I can count to 200 if you like, UN. The rights experts said, these rights experts come and live in fucking Townsville and tell me all about it. I can give you a couple of homes. There's a few on the market at the moment because of this shit. I can put you right in one right now, and you sit here and live through it and tell me how you fucking much of an expert you are at the end of it. They emphasise the excessive impact of the Queensland bill on Indigenous children. Now, see, this is interesting. They're focusing on the Indigenous. I mean, this rule is not specifically targeted at Indigenous children. It's targeted at all children. It's not a racist bill. But they're making out that it is. This is disgraceful and it is shit reporting. And the risk of creating a future underclass of Australians, I'm pretty sure the Labor government's already done that. And they're working to increase that future underclass in Australia at the behest of the recommendations of the United Nations. Astounding. Fucking astounding. Sorry, rant over. Your turn.
On the soapbox there. No, I was gonna say, like, where are they going to? These people that are selling their houses, because it's the same.
Yeah, people are leaving. Well, I don't want to name names and get into specifics. It's just these are things that people are saying to me. They're like packing up and they're gone. They can't do it anymore. Now, once you've had your house broken into so many times and nothing done about it, and it's the same people doing the same thing, and then you got fuckwits here at the UN, miles away on the other side of the world. Sitting here playing stupid games like this, it's pretty fucking disrespectful. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I'm just wondering where they're going to go that it's going to be different. Because even in like remote communities that I've been to, they still say the same thing. I mean, not all. I haven't been to all the communities, so I don't know. And it probably would be better out there. But I know that it still happens out there. So I'm just wondering where the safe havens are. I mean,
you make a fair point. Where are the safe havens? And I said the same to those who kind of want to go and set up a hippie commune. I want to get away from it. Really? What's going to stop the Chinese army coming in? What's going to stop the Australian, government coming and swooping in and doing their thing? There's no place to run and hide, as Primus quite eloquently put in their song "Tragedies Are Coming."
Yeah, that's
it's global tyranny. It's coming for us all. The only thing you can do is perhaps move a little bit further away from the hot spot for now, but eventually it'll come for you.
Yeah, that's a thing. But that's in being that's part of the advantage, right? Because you know what I mean, like I like to read The Art of War and stuff, and so do you. Like you mentioned it in this podcast. And something in there that Sun Tzu would talk about is trying to turn weaknesses into strengths. And I think like with I don't know, I feel like places where it is very prevalent, or any matter that is unsavory, such as council corruption, the belly of the beast is precisely the place to fight it. It's that you want to go there. You don't want to. It's like the whole St. George and the Dragon story. Like he didn't. Excuse me. Like there was a dragon and people kept feeding the dragon. They were like, oh, if we don't feed the dragon, then it's gonna come and kill us all. So we'll sacrifice a few people and feed it to the dragon. All of a sudden, one day, and they'd select people out of a hat or whatever. And one day the king's daughter got chosen. The king was like, oh yeah. The king was like, yeah, nah, mate. Oh, I don't reckon. He was an Aussie. He was an Aussie king. He was like, yeah, nah, mate. Yeah, no, me daughter's off limits. So yeah, sorry guys. Gonna have to check. And then people were like, no, mate. We're gonna hold you to your word here because you
good
said
for the goose, good for the gander, mate.
Yeah, and so he's like, oh, okay, all right, I'll do something about it. We'll send old mate down, and we'll have him sort out the dragon for you. And so old St. George goes down and it kills the dragon, and then everyone's happy. So you've got to go to the source, and I feel like that's the only way. And this is what's good about Townsville is I feel like I've said this before. I feel like we are a microcosm of Australia in that we have like all the good things and the bad things here right in this one place. So like we've got it all. That's how I see it. And they've confirmed that in my at least in my opinion. I'm happy for other people to say, "No, mate, you're wrong." Like, tell me. But that's what I've seen. And so yeah, that's why I think it's good to stay here and do stuff and try to resolve these matters. And in doing so, right, if we're successful, then my goodness, that'll be just like so awesome. It'll be like leading the charge on all those things. Nah.
Yeah, nah, mate, nah.
No,
I agree. I mean, on that little story you told, at the end of the day, that's one of the biggest problems. We're seeing these politicians put these laws in place, but exempt themselves and the judiciary so they don't have to deal with the problems that they've created for everybody else. What does that create? Well, everybody's got to be part of the judiciary and the government in some way, shape, or form to be tax exempt from all these bullshit. And even if you think about it on a warlike scale, all right, cool. So you want to go to war? Cool. All the firstborn children of everyone in Parliament have to go to war first. I wonder how many fucking wars we'll have.
Yeah, exactly. The St. George and the Dragon scenario with the king's daughter. He'll be like, oh, yeah,
exactly.
No, mate. There's another option.
You send all your firstborn children first, and then now that you've led by example, you've inspired the rest of us. And you go back to the old days, once upon a time, those kings and whatnot, they'd be out there on the battlefield. King Richard was spent, he was 10-year reign, I think it was 10 and a half years was spent on the battlefield or in a jail cell.
Who?
King Richard, Robin Hood days and all that, that's how Prince John ends up running the show. King Richard was out there slaying Turks, and has been said to have eaten the flesh and said it tastes just like chicken. That's what I learned from history anyway.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they come back with the heads of their enemies,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Can you imagine how that was?
At least back then when King Richard says we're going to war, he meant him too. It's all right, cool. If you're going to lead the charge, I guess we're inspired. But, nowadays we got fucking elbow. Or he couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. He could barely walk down the stairs of a friggin' plane.
Yeah.
Joe Biden the second.
Yeah. I'm just, when you said that, I'm just imagining that conversation. Like, I don't know much about King Richard III or anything he did, but I'm just like, imagine them just killed all these people. And there's like one guy that's like, one psycho that's like, I wonder how these guys would taste. Like, what the fuck?
Well, cannibalism's a hell of a lot more rife than people would like to admit. Yeah, and it's a lot easier when you don't consider your enemy human.
Yeah, not for me.
Yeah, it was King Richard I.
I'm gonna stay with my veganism.
Fair enough, man. Hey, at least I know you're not going to eat me.
No, yeah, that's right.
Maybe you'd rather eat my shorts.
No, I think I'll pass.
They're hemp.
Oh, okay. In that case.
Nah, it's some cheap Chinese fucking synthetic crap.
But yeah, same with Alexander too, right? Like I read the campaigns of Alexander. He was, first dude on, always leading the charge. And that's another thing too, right? Like, can you imagine leaders? Because that's the thing, like Aussies, like we all say about the politicians is, they're just gutless. They don't actually believe in anything. They don't have values, right? Even like what do they actually believe in? Like maybe because that's not a political question. We could ask them, what do you guys believe in? What values do you have? Are you religious? Do you what is it that drives you? That's something I might actually ask them, because like that has nothing to do with politics. It's like, what?
But even if they told you, would you believe it?
Probably not. Well, I don't know. It depends on
Bit of a
what they say.
problem. It doesn't
But,
matter what they say. You're not going to believe a word they say anyway. Because I mean, what's the credibility of these people?
mm,
And they'll say anything to get elected. They do not give a shit.
but I think even still, it'd be great to do. Like, can you imagine? They wouldn't agree to it, but getting an interview with them and just asking them that question.
But nine
Like,
times out of 10, they've got it on their profile. I'm a family man. I've got this, background. Good old bloody Elbows constantly telling you how poor he was, but he somehow managed to get a degree. It's astounding. The spin that they put on things. It's just, you can't trust anything they say. Like Elbo's the kind of bloke that if he said good morning, I'd look out the window to see if it was.
Yeah. I've seen a thing floating around that he was part of the Communist Party back when he was young.
He's full-blown Marxist.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the Labor Party, and people don't realise that. They are full-blown socialist, Marxist, communist. It's all the same shit, just in varying degrees of depth.
Yeah.
That was where I woke up, was going to a May Day rally because I was paid to go on video. And the things I seen there, I'm like, what has this got to do with Australia? How is this allowed to thrive? You've got tents there for Chinese communism and Chinese fellas in green army hats with red stars on them. Hang on, these are our enemies, and we're giving them a place to speak.
Where was this again?
Victoria, middle of the city, man. Middle of the city.
Yeah.
And they've got young kids hanging out socialist badges like it was a great thing. We fought wars against that shit. And here in Townsville, should definitely be concerned about the Labor Party in that regard, because we've got a long history of fighting wars against this kind of filth.
Yeah.
Socialism, communism, they go hand in hand. USSR. What's that mean again? They were a socialist workers' party, just like the Nazis. Socialist workers' party, just like Labor. Socialist workers' party. It never ended well at any other point in history. Why would it end well now?
I'm just laughing at comment.
Here's the burnouts.
No. Someone's. Yeah.
Rocket, he just about got the Jägermeister out my nose there, mate. Vegan is the Aboriginal word for bad hunter. Oh, fucking gold, mate. Fucking gold. Sorry, I'm laughing at your expense there.
No, I think it's funny. I don't care. What was I going to say? Something.
Leave more meat for me. You can eat all the plants you want, buddy. Just don't starve my dinner.
Yeah. If your lawn needs mowing, just hit me up. I don't charge $20 an hour.
Awesome. Yeah. Beautiful. Do you need someone to come and hold your feet for you, or?
Oh no, I'll just crawl.
Oh, beautiful. Love that.
Yeah, good leg.
Saving on the manpower, so we can just kick back with a couple of tinnies and a steak and watch.
That's it.
Yep, beautiful.
This smell will make me work harder. No. I was gonna say something serious, but that threw me. Communism. Yeah, we got to get rid of it, and that's it.
Yeah,
we need policy.
It only ever worked well for those who are head of state, but again, that doesn't really work out well for them, because Stalin was poisoned by his own people. I'm pretty sure Hitler had a bad day. Unless you're one of those who believe he escaped and lived out a nice, happy, long life, because he was all part of the plan. I'd love to see the evidence that's 100% conclusive on that, but, hey, anything's possible. But at the end of the day, communism has certainly proved that the most dangerous thing in the last 100 years is your own government. More people have died at the hands of their own government, particularly under communism and socialist regimes, than anything else. Don't worry about COVID. COVID's fuck all compared to what socialism and communism have done.
Yeah. I think this is where like things get tricky with communicating this to other people, because when normal people hear communism, they just, I don't know, there's a bit of a disconnect, and I'm trying to work it out. I'm trying to work out like how can I explain this to people, because I grew up, even as a kid, I'd heard of what communism actually was. Like I heard it was all anecdotal, but I mean, I heard of it. I heard people's stories and how they were so glad to have left like Eastern Europe and be here in Australia, because they're like, yeah, it's like the worst ever. And I heard of like the stories of how many millions died under Mao and Stalin, and I'm just thinking like, this is like wild. Like, why don't
Pol
and
Pot?
I never, sorry.
Pol Pot, another perfect example of a wonderful totalitarian regime.
Yeah, but it's like the disconnect happens when because it's not how it was back then, right? They'll put those communist ideas and messages in other things and dress it up so it looks nice, and that's when
like
it's like
climate change.
yeah, or other things which I probably can't even say because of the laws, right? The friggin' laws have changed.
And that's your first sign that these things are happening, when you're not allowed to speak.
Yeah.
You know, we're burning information, but at this time we're deleting it from the internet instead of burning the books. You know, it's a lot more subversive this time around. You know, at least in previous occasions, they've managed to get the population as a whole on board for their ridiculous Marxist, communist, socialist, idealistic lunacy. They've got a portion on board, not enough by any means to actually sell the point. They're struggling to get people to support this concept, in my view. You know, so they're doing it a lot more it's a lot more subversive this time around, where they're deleting things in secret.
What do you mean? But do you mean like explicit, like communism, Marxism, not the other forms it takes in the little in the leftist groups? Because that's how it happens. It's all
as an umbrella, as like I'm bringing the whole thing under an umbrella of one specific concept, which is, you know, these are political ideologies, but I think what most people seem to get confused with is they get caught up in the specific ideologies as opposed to the umbrella itself, the concept, which in reality is a handful of people trying to take control and convince you that it's a good idea. That's the reality of it, you know, is that government control, whether it's government, whether it's banksters, whether it's corporations. And what we're seeing right now is, well, the way I look at history, let's take the Russia versus America Cold War scenario as our example point. And we can see that was capitalism control through capitalistic amalgamations. We've slowly built a scenario where we've told you it's free, but overall, a handful end up owning and controlling everything because we bought out all other options. You know, it's taken its time, but it's now at a point where there's only a handful of corporations, there's only a handful of billionaires. You know, there's that 1% of the 1% ruling everything sort of thing. Whereas communism kind of rams its way through more like a rapist, you know, and just fucking smashes its way through, you know. It starts off with a political ideology, and there might be a little bit of lube to start with, but before you know, it's full-blown bloody rape, you know.
Yeah.
And the two ideas were compared. As far as I'm concerned, the elitist of the elite, the scum of the scum, put forth both ideas and gone, right, well, the end goal is always the same. It doesn't matter whether we're going capitalistic control and we slowly buy everything out, or whether we just ram it down their throats and take control. Which one's going to work best? Well, let's grab, you know, a few countries and start testing ideas, you know. And obviously this has been tested at various different places in various different cultures, you know, but I'm just going to focus in on those two elements because to me it's the chalk and cheese, you know, the capitalism versus the communism. Communism was an epic fucking failure. Absolute epic failure, but it's the desired result. The only way it's really been successful is in China, you know. But then again, for that to be successful, where it needed the whole world to give it everything, because where Russia failed was that it was acting independently. It couldn't function, you know, as a machine by itself without being fed. You know, like it's a parasitic concept, so it needs to be constantly fed. Once it runs out of food, it dies.
Yeah.
You know? what we're seeing now, I believe, is a merger of the two concepts.
Mm.
We're seeing that communist political ideal being allowed to manifest, but the greed of the corporate element also has been allowed to manifest and focused into a wonderful unison, where the corporations are allowed to run the business because clearly the government can't run business. We can see that Labor, as a government, as a socialist enterprise, couldn't organize piss on in a brewery. The only thing they know how to do is spend. So we need somebody who does understand money in order to make the money work. So we need the business end to work. And I think that's what they've kind of figured out. It's taken them quite a few centuries and a hell of a lot of bodies and, corpse piles, so to speak, to figure this out. But the machine needs more than one ideal, and they're trying to merge the constructs. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say to comment on what you said earlier about how it failed. I was just gonna say I think it actually succeeded because it did exactly what it was meant to do, like communism, which is just destroy itself and kill itself and destroy everything nice. That's what it is. Yeah, I can't recall the quotes of Marx at the moment. And Lenin too, because Lenin has some horrific quotes that you'll read it and be like, what? How can a human being even say this? But they just say things that are just abhorrent and that speak to what the ideology actually means, which is it's something that will destroy itself. Its only purpose is to destroy itself and to kill off everything, including itself.
Just
eventually.
insanity.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, there's nothing good will come of that.
And it's one of those things that's, I heard in recently was that it's hard for people to comprehend this because the normal person is not insane. A normal person is not self-destructive. A normal person is thinking towards the future, but these people are so insane that they are willing to fuck with the ionosphere and literally burn the whole fucking planet, playing games and testing ideas. This is the brink of insanity. When you're willing to literally salt the earth in a sense, with spraying God knows what in there. It really begs to question what the hell is going on inside these people's heads when you see what they're doing. Anyone with any form of logic can see that this is what they're doing is suicide. It's bound to destruct. And okay, fair enough. You might be Bill Gates and think the world's overly populated. And hey, look, I went past Georgia and I seen the Guidestones and I was inspired. Yeah, well, let's kill a whole bunch of people, and bring it down a little bit because I want to save the earth, at the expense of others. Because, wow, if you really believe that, shouldn't you all be queuing up at a suicide booth somewhere? Save the world, kill yourself. Leave the rest of us alone.
Yeah. I just had an idea that came to my mind. I wanted to say something else, but this just popped into my mind. You know how the media will discredit people, groups, like someone like yourself, for example. I don't know if they've said this. I think they might have called you far right. Did they call you far right?
Yeah, a fringe network, far right conspiracy theory, all the usual token fucking ridiculous arguments that have no bearing, and nor have they ever presented any actual substantial proof to back up bullshit claims.
Yeah, I was just thinking, have they ever called someone who's just anti-communist far right? Is that do they call people like that far right?
Well, that's the interesting thing, because Hitler is the epitome of far right, but he was a socialist in the Workers' Party. And I found the quickest way to fuck up our local politicians, every time they spoke, I just kept reminding them that they were a socialist workers' party, just like the Germans were a socialist working party in 1933. And it left them they were never able to say anything back because it was true. Totally fucked them every time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering, because in the Art of War, there's this isn't a quote from the Art of War, it's from another book. This person is writing about how you don't want to give your enemy problems because problems can be solved, right? You want to give them dilemmas. You can't solve a dilemma.
Yeah.
You're stuck.
Yeah.
You're
Demoralized, destroyed.
Yeah. But
And again, it's the same with the climate cult. There's no solution. You can't solve that problem. It's just doom and gloom.
well, that was my whole gripe with all of them, right? I come in to solve problems, but they don't want problems solved. They just want to. They identify with the problem. That's the problem. And so you can't. By solving the problem, you then destroy your identity, and you need an identity. Otherwise, you'll be crazy and you'll be schizophrenic and stuff, right?
Even if their identity is insanity. But anyway.
Yeah, yeah. So that's their conundrum is they identify with the problem, and that's their identity. So, but if you have an identity in this world, well, then you're a socialist, you're a Nazi, fascist, far right, whatever. So that's that. But I'm just thinking about ways to combat this, because if you can create a dilemma for them, right? So something that just stumps them.
Well, I think the dilemma is the reality of the situation. Like the more you pump reality into their situation, like for example, and I've been wanting to do this as an animation, but what? For the first time in God knows how long, I'm actually going to wipe the board and I'm going to paint it out.
Okay. Oh, I think I know what this is.
Yeah, I've explained it to you before.
Yep, here we go. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen.
To do it, I think.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Are you going to zoom in? Because I don't think we can see the board good enough from here, Mark.
Yep, give me a sec.
Yep.
Talk shit for a while.
Oh, jeez. All right. There once was a man from Snowy... Nah, I don't know. What should I say? Do you guys read books? I want to know let me know in the little comment area. Let me know in the comments below what books you guys are reading. What he's reading. I just read on Sparta by Plutarch. It was awesome. It was very incredible to see how Spartans lived. I'm very I don't know if I have a dilemma, because I can see the merit in a lot of their ideas, but I also see merit in other ideas. Okay.
I guess
we're just going to get right into it.
I'll go this way. I'll just actually don't want to do that. I want to do that one. So I'm going to solo it for a second while we do this.
Yeah, cool.
So we could call this the political circle. All right. Now, most people think you can divide the political circle. All right. And for those of you who know your left hand from your right hand, that's the L. Left and right, nice and easy, right? So I like to reside at the top of the circle. Why wouldn't you want to be at the top? That's the logical place to be, isn't it? You don't want to be down the bottom in the fiery pits of hell. They're shitty flames, I know, but it'll do for the purpose of this. All right. But somewhere along the lines where you're sitting there and perhaps you're meditating, perhaps you're just a child, ignorant to everything, but you're sitting at the top of the world in pureness, not caught up in the bullshit. But sooner or later, you start to hear the bullshit arguments, and you either choose to descend down the left path or down the right path. All right. Now, apparently, and this is just according to the stories they tell. Personally, I don't really prescribe to these concepts, but you on the right, you're conserving. C for conserving your own culture and your own identity. Nazi Germany's perhaps. Anybody who's a native that conserves their culture, they're a conservative. Whether it's those of us who are allegedly colonial, who wish to preserve and conserve our culture, we get called far right. Somehow the indigenous of Australia aren't considered far right for trying to do the same thing. Don't ask me how that works. Anyway, down the left-hand side, apparently we hate the dollar. We don't like rich people, but that somehow got weird and changed too. But we're also conserving nature. Again, conservatives. Very similar. There's a preservation that's going on. We're trying to preserve the climate, for example. We're trying to preserve nature. We're trying to preserve something. So on both sides, we're trying to save something. There's a sense of urgency that drives either of these concepts, you know. Both are talking about being free. And depending on which one's in power, the other's talking about having their freedom of speech stifled, which is always astounding. You know, the left are complaining about they can't say what they want to say when they want to chop the dicks off children, and the right are now complaining that they can't say that we don't want to chop the dicks off children. You know, it's very much the same. You know, that's the point where we've quartered the circle and we're realizing that we're very polar opposite, although somehow very much the same still, because we're preserving our point of view. And, you know, at this point, I think it's important to bring in that it is very much a point of view. And here we go.
So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?
Luke, you're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
So while we're talking about a point of view, we could say socialist Russia here. And then we got apparently far right. Both socialism. And when we follow these ideologies, you end up slap bang in the fires of fucking hell, side by side with everything that you fucking hate, realizing that you're a lunatic socialist. I highly recommend staying at the top of the circle.
How do we do that, buddy?
Don't give in to the bullshit. See things for what they are. Not what you want them to be. See it for what it is.
How does one attain this wisdom of seeing things for what they are?
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to answer that question because I believe everybody watching this show has attained that level of wisdom.
Do you know?
It's a unique individual journey. And I guess herein lies the problem is you start creating these left and right narratives when you start saying, oh, this worked for me. This is how we do it. We start creating religious ideals. We start creating controlling concepts because this worked for me, so it should work for you. It doesn't work that way. Everybody's got to find their own pace. They've got to find their own way of doing things and, I guess, be tolerant of each other's way. But at the same time, you can't sit there and you can't tell other people what to do. You know, for instance, you know, you might decide that you're a girl even though you're a bloke, but you can't expect me to accept that version of reality.
Hey, just because I got long hair, buddy. Don't have a go.
What?
Oh, yeah. Yep. I never see you with your hair.
Cool. Argument killed. Next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I don't look so old when I got the hair out, actually. It's like the colorful elements of my hair have been tucked away. Maybe I should leave it out more often. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Sips?
You know, I'm pretty sure, like on seeing clearly, pretty sure there were some people in history, I think, who were associated with the dragon because the dragon meant nobility. And the word nobility, the word dragon stems from the Greek word, I don't recall, I'm pretty sure it's drakon, like, is it drakon or draco? I think it might be Draco, D-R-A-C-O, I believe, which translated to see, roughly translated to see or to see clearly. And it makes me, I kind of like had to think about it. And I think what the ancients believed nobility to be was the ability to see clearly. right? To be able
Isn't
to
this
see.
interesting? I just looked it up. Draco.com, enlarge your success.
I don't know if they're on about the same thing as us here. Yeah, go-karts, having a party. I don't think so. But yeah, so I think you're spot on there with being able to see, right? To see clearly.
Mm.
If we can have clear sight and see through the mire that we are in. I'm not too sure if many people know what mire is here, but yeah, it's the illusion. Well, those people across the oceans reckon we're in a big bloody illusion. We're in a big TV show, and God's watching.
Dracula or Dracul?
If you look up Greek, like etymology of
Lad?
dragon, it'll say to see clearly. And the dragon was always associated with nobility in ancient cultures.
Yeah, I believe it's also associated with Vlad the Impaler, and the family name, I did see it there, Dracul.
Dracul.
So you see that word fucking pops up quite a lot.
Yeah, I can see.
Particularly throughout European history.
Okay.
Yeah, you like your reading. And again, Order of the Dragon.
Oh, there you go.
So, yeah, reptilian concepts, and you can see the fire off the cross and all that sort of stuff. These are just observations. I'm not drawing conclusions. I allow people to do that for themselves. Was Vlad the Impaler a good guy or a bad guy? Well, it depends on who you ask. According to the Romanians, he was a fucking godsend, because he saved them from, the oppression of the Turk, the Ottoman at the time, rather savagely. But when you're a very small nation and had, your country stripped of everything, including its young men, you don't have a lot to fight with. So terror and fear became the thing. But, as much as everybody says, well, it's the Order of the Dragon, the Order of the Dracul that sort of done this, when you look at the story of Vlad the Impaler, he was actually raised by the Ottomans himself before being returned back to Romania. So you have to wonder where he learnt the thirst for the blood. Did he learn it from his own bloodline, or was the thirst taught to him by the Ottomans? And I would go as far as to suggest that you'll find majority of religions, particularly of the monotheistic trifecta of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, have a lot to do with blood. Considering Leviticus 17:14, the life of all flesh is the blood. So these things are very well known and have been for a very long time. And this is only 1448. So I dare say these things have been running amok throughout history for a lot longer than Vlad the Impaler. There are a great many things that have been going on for a long time. But yeah, these names, these words, even there's even a star system that associates with these things as well.
What? The star system.
Draco. So again, you see the same kind of wording, Constellation in the far northern sky, Latin for dragon.
What? I've never heard of this.
Well, just as well you're on this podcast, and pleasure to be of assistance, my friend.
So what's this? How does this connect? How's this connect?
Well, it's the wording, Draco, Dracul, dragon. It's a term that's spread throughout the world in various different things. In this case, it's a Latin term. I mean, it's very much, of the European nature, but I'm pretty confident you'll find it in other places,
Well, yeah, like there's the dragon is a very
the traditional name of the Alpha Draconis through it means head of the serpent. So yeah. The Egyptian pyramids were designed to have one side facing north, with the entrance passageway geometrically aligned to the Thuban, would be visible at night due to the effects of precession, and then we come into the equinox and all that sort of stuff. It will again be the pole star around the year 21,000. It is a blue-white giant of the magnitude 3.7309. The traditional name of the Alpha Draconis means head of the serpent. So it was the North Pole Star in 3942 BC, which is roughly around the time of the height of the Egyptian Empire, the alleged creation of the Jewish religion. All these sorts of things seem to be very much coinciding with this particular time and this particular star and its association with the word dragon and how much it goes throughout all the fucking world.
I might just add a little something to that. This is just my opinion, but I'm pretty sure the height of the Egyptian civilization was a lot longer before that point in time.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah.
But what they're trying to tell us is
Yeah.
that that's when it all happened, right? That's
Yes.
when they built
Yeah, right.
everything. Well, I mean, you and I know better.
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty confident that you'll find a majority of that stuff was built long before these things.
Yeah.
But this particular time and date is very significant, obviously, to the pole star, the dragon, the Draconis, you know, the Draco. You know, these are basic observations. It's so simple that even Wikipedia can fucking see it, you know. And Wikipedia is far from anything that we should consider, you know, a good source of knowledge. But like most, you know, bullshit artists, they leave a lot of truth if you can figure it out. And I watched a lot of Ancient Aliens and read a lot of history to figure all this out. I'm only glancing over it, but I encourage everybody to go down and look up, you know, these basic concepts and start to think about what it all means and why these things continuously occur. You can go down the path of Doctor Who, and you know, and then combine it with what our friend in Britain, the ultimate conspiracy theorist David Icke says about reptilians as well. You can take it that far if you like. Personally, I'm not quite ready to go there just yet because I have no evidence other than wild speculation, but it is within the realm of possibilities. And let's assume that the theory of evolution has some kind of merit, and I'd like to emphasize the word theory in this concept. Let's assume that there is some sort of merit in that, and you know, this mammalian construct that we see right here before us that has evolved the human race has not existed anywhere near to the length of the reptilian nature of, you know, the dinosaur periods. Not more, there's more than one, and it's a reign of millions and millions of years those lizards wandered the earth. Isn't it possible that one of them achieved sentience? I mean, we had multiple mammalian concepts of four, according to what science is trying to tell us, that evolved, you know, into a, you know, intelligent tool-bearing humanoid. Is it possible that reptiles were able to do the same thing? Given that we look at the Bible, and if we're going to accept that, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of, you know, religious people out there who wish to accept that book as some sort of gospel truth, but it clearly implies that there was a race of beings on this earth before the flood. Because there was Adam and Eve, and they begot, and then all of a sudden, flood, Noah's Ark, you know, wiped the earth clean because everybody was an asshole, and the new race comes forth. So that clearly suggests there was another race of beings before this alleged flood, which historical records seem to indicate was roughly around 11,000 years ago in that younger Dryas period. So if it's happened once before, isn't it possible that it's happened multiple times? And when you look at the Hindu faiths and various other older cultures, there seems to be indication that there are possibly multiple cycles. And you're talking to the indigenous tribes here, they certainly agree with that hypothesis. And their stories also go back to suggest that there are multiple evolved beings that have walked this earth in multiple eras. Again, we can look at these things into the historical record based on the magnetic poles. The magnetic poles have shifted multiple times, and this is easily recorded by the manner in which metals have formed in a and solidified as they've poured out of the earth in volcanic mass ejections. To me, it seems quite reasonable.
You know what I reckon, Buddy? I reckon you should put all this to some counsellors and be like, hey guys, look, there's going to be another catastrophe in a few thousand years or whenever the date is. What do you reckon we should do about this, guys? You tell them.
I thought you were going to suggest I should go to counselling at first, but anyway.
No, mate, no, this is all sane, the most sane stuff you could possibly. So it's so funny. People hear all this and go, "Oh, that's insane," but it's like actually no, mate. Like this is bloody. This is what it is, mate. But
quick researches in the history books, and haven't I just opened up a huge can of worms?
Yeah, but like, can you imagine counselors? Like, I wonder what their extent of history, what their knowledge of history actually is. Like, what are they?
Oh well, I mean, if we're going to take someone as daft as say Christian Price, for example, I don't think he'd be able to tell us, much past his own couple of grandparents back. If he knew how his family got to Australia, I'd be impressed. I reckon if Christian Price knew how he got to work in the morning, I'd be impressed.
Yeah.
He's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. I was actually going to put a video together of how Troy Thompson in the last podcast has alleged that he put another member of the public up to trying to film him, in an attempt to entrap him.
Oh.
So there's some rather subversive stuff going on. And I honestly don't think he had the intelligence to think of that himself. Somebody else in the council has put him up to trying to entrap the man. Right. Go back to the previous podcast to check that out. But yeah, you go. I reckon he'd be hard pressed to find his own ass with both hands.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind, eh? Like, these people will come off dumb as dog shit, but they shouldn't be taken like it shouldn't be what's the thing, like don't underestimate them, because they'll I'd happily go in a battle of the wits with the guy, because I reckon it'll almost be like stealing candy from a baby, but I wouldn't turn my back on him. Just because he hasn't got the intellectual prowess doesn't mean he hasn't got the ability to hold a knife and stab you in the back. Yeah. I believe he's kind of already done that to those of us who supported him. Yeah.
Hence why, I'm happy to, reiterated by Robin here that he's dumb as dog shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't met a lot
even
of these
dog shit can kill.
Yeah, it can if you swallow it, so don't eat it.
Yeah, that's it.
Shove
enough of it up a person's nose and down their throat, they'll die.
Yeah. But honestly, like, this is a point that I want just every like normal Aussie to understand. It's like, you and me, all of us, I've met so many people who are better than the politicians who run this country today. I've met them. I know them. I would trust them way more than I trust anyone that's in government now. They are just better as human beings. I trust them to run things better because they have a conscience. They believe in things. They've got people that they care about. They actually care about doing things well, not just do it like just throwing things together, slapping them together, and being like, "Yeah, rightio." They actually care about things, and it's.
I mean, but before he was elected, I'd have said the same of Christian. Yeah, I knew him. I supported him. I thought he was a good bloke. It didn't take long in that office for him to turn into a backstabbing person I wouldn't trust if my life. I'd never turn my back on that guy again. I can only put it down to personal opportunism. He's seen that it's a lucrative spot for him to be. He doesn't want to lose his big fat paycheck. He doesn't want to lose all his benefits. He doesn't want to lose a relatively easy job. And he'll go along and say whatever he has to say, and apparently throw away whatever moral integrity he had to maintain that.
What was his history?
To me, it's demonstrated a
Yeah.
weakness that I never seen in the bloke before. You
Mm.
know, I honestly thought he was a good bloke beforehand, and now I've got no respect left for him, and I gave him that opportunity. And last time I communicated with him, if you support Anne-Marie Greenie, you've lost my support and any respect I had. He not only supported her, he was the one who read from his scrappy little piece of paper that said, "I think it should be her." It was such a shitty little scrap piece of paper. I could imagine him there with his little grey lead pencil, like a fucking primary school child, writing it down while he was being told what to say.
Mm. Like, I don't know that. I don't know him myself. I don't really know, but like, what was his history before that? Because a lot of these councillors and people that try to do things in politics, they don't.
He was just another Joe Blow Aussie shit kicker like the rest of us. That's the thing, and that's why I thought, hey, he was a decent bloke because he worked the same shit jobs that we've all worked, I mean, he and Alan were good friends. I wouldn't speak to their friendship at this particular juncture in time, but I can only imagine that it's strained. As a result, I went over to Magnetic Island with Alan and Christian, to help them both with their campaign. And I thought they were both good blokes. They were obviously clearly strong. There was a strong friendship there. Now I do not recognize the Councillor Christian Price versus the bloke I first met that day. I cannot even see the same person. I mean, the same face is there, but the information behind both images are completely different.
This is where I think I don't know how you'd institute this in an organization. I don't know yet, but this is why I asked, what did he do before? Because, people who have suffered and who have proven themselves and actually tried to do things and they've lost and they've still pushed forward, that to me lends far more credibility to that person. And I go, okay, this person, they're legit. They're putting themselves on the line. That I think is the key. If you can prove that you'll put something at stake, then you can be trusted. But until then, like you just said, like you just experienced, that can happen. Because what did he put at stake before that point? What did he sacrifice until then for something? Because that has to be it. And this is when you look at ancient times, right? The Vikings and stuff, and the Celts, people would swear an oath on a ring, on a metal ring, and to be an oath breaker was like the worst thing you could ever. It's like the worst thing you could possibly be, an oath breaker. And that was something that actually held people together and held people to agreements. Was the swearing on the oath ring. Like, of course, they have their own rituals and stuff. And I don't know how.
Honor has always been a big code. Loyalty has always been a big code, and that's why I always say everyone's my friend until you piss me off, which means you've broken the honor code.
Yeah.
And Christian Price is one of those, as far as I'm concerned. He's broken that code of honor. He's broken, the basic rules of being a decent human, and I don't say that things are unforgivable. I mean, unless you've raped and brutally tortured a child to death or something fucking, irreparable to that extent, But Struth, he's got a long way to go to regain any form of trust. Well, I mean, what he's done it's reprehensible, to turn on your friends, to turn on those who supported you, and then to, try to encourage someone. I don't know who it is, it hasn't been, all I know is what Troy said, which is that he's tried to put another member of the public up in order to entrap him. try to secretly record him, you know, hopefully releasing, you know, information that he's not supposed to. You know, it's like that's entrapment, and that's a dog act considering Troy helped him get where he is. We all helped him get where he is. You know, and yeah. That's not shitting in the nest, that's setting it on fire.
Yeah. Mm.
He figures he's got a better nest now. Hope he doesn't have to come back to the old one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully not for too much longer anyway.
Well,
yeah.
That's why I definitely want to encourage people to jump over and sign the Townsville petition because, yeah, it's certainly, I have to admit, you know, it means something personally to me. I need to right a wrong. I you know, encourage people to support Christian, and he shit in the nest and then set it on fire with the methane fumes, and it's time for him to be removed. That wrong has to be righted. He must go. I mean, the rest of them are definitely got to go too. They're not worth the pinch of piss either, you know. Yeah, I'm not going to get into my personal grievance with every last one of them, but needless to say, they're none of them. I would not piss on any of them if they were on fire. So I think, you know, if they were on fire, it's probably because they started the fire themselves, and they can live with the shit that they've got to deal with.
Mm.
And that's exactly it. You support someone and they shit in the nest. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's an important lesson to learn for people watching this is, yeah, don't ask for my support and then fucking shit in my face. I won't let it down.
Yeah. 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 It's
yeah. Do the right thing. I'll do everything I can for you. Do the wrong thing. Well, you've just seen it.
Yeah. So it's violating the old Aussie buddy. If you help your mates, then your mates will look after you, mate. But
yeah, that's it, mateship. The basis of our whole thing, and that's what SIPS is all about. SIPS, ladies and gentlemen, to drink together in mateship, good old Aussie mateship. You know, to maintain, to conserve our values.
Oh, sounded a bit
that
far
makes
right.
me right wing. I don't know. Apparently, it also makes me left wing, according to my analogy of the situation. You know, analysis of the situation. Sorry.
Sounded a bit far right. Joseph.
Yeah, or far left, apparently.
Oh.
Trying to preserve my environment.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it's just so obvious how easy you can mix the words. But anyway, I'm sidetracking. I can see Robin's been watching the whole time. Robin was given an invite link, and you're more than welcome to jump in at any time if you'd like to come join us, Robin. It's up to you. You know, if you're happy sitting in the background making comments, by all means, I'm happy either way. As long as you're happy, we're all happy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But yeah, can you imagine? Like I'm kind of going off track, but to go back to what we started at, it just came to my mind. Like just imagine like if we didn't have the councils that we've got, and we had people that were like, right, let's actually make things cool. Like, we'll actually like help people and figure out how we can manage things well and stuff. Like, man, like, yeah, we could just be the coolest town ever. But man, the problems would be because all councils have the same issue, and because someone's benefiting from all this, and it's set up like that for a reason. It's going to be a little bit of pushback, and by some potentially mysterious people who we don't know, and who may be very dangerous. So that's all, yeah.
Well, that's the trap, really, isn't it? You know, generally, particularly when you look at the history of how socialist constructs have manifested into full-blown left USSR, full-blown right NAZI.
Yeah.
You know, It was always done out of fear and uniting people against that fear. That's how they've always controlled, and ultimately that's how the only way I see to maintain that is to not succumb to fear. What we're trying to do here by removing the council by our own terms is that it's actually being done by the people instead of a controlling body that's attempting to engage fear in order to acquiesce your own personal rights and freedoms to them, as they did in USSR and Nazi Germany. Both of these scenarios are very similar in the sense that they both created a massive fear. They were both born out of that. We've got these rich people have oppressed us. In the Nazis' case, it was the Jewish oppression. In the USSR, it was the Tsar. It was the king. And they destroyed the bloodline of the royals as a result. I'm not going to get too much into who caused this, but I think those who know their history know who started that problem. But at the end of the day, the similarities between these two scenarios is astounding, and it's always a focal enemy and a group enemy, like in this particular, in the modern day, it's an invisible enemy. We've had invisible enemies of the virus. We've had the invisible enemies of the climate, these things that you cannot control, these things that you cannot see, these things that are completely out of your realm and leave you completely hopeless and dependent, and grasping at any straw in order to survive. Whereas here, what we're doing, this is a full-blown people movement. There's no big agency behind this. There's no big political party behind this. This is a proper people party, a people scenario, people things, for instance. This is, I think what we're doing here is good. The thing is, the people who are doing this need to, not to, not just Troy, who's obviously the one who's instigating this, and people like us who are supporting it and driving it as well. We all need to remain vigilant, but we also need to remain as independent people and keeping ourselves at the top of that fucking circle and not succumbing to a left or rightist lunacy and finding ourselves burning in the pits of hell side by side with everybody we hate, immersed in socialism.
I don't think Aussies will though, like, because I think we're notoriously and we don't want to identify with anything, we don't want to be part of any group or anything, because all those things are seen as fringe, like left, right, any religious group,
I think the majority of the human race, or the Aussie, wants to be at the top of that circle, or at the very least somewhere in the middle. Majority of people don't give a shit about politics. The majority of people don't even want to fucking vote.
Yeah.
What we're hearing generally is the hard cries here and the hard cries there, but the majority of the population is here. And those people aren't being listened to. Those people aren't being asked what they want. That's where Troy becomes a threat, because that's what he's doing. That's where this network becomes a threat, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah. It's so interesting too, isn't it? Because Troy, he doesn't have any. He's every time I speak with him or have spoken with him about anything, he's always about just he doesn't have any. Of course, he's a human. He'd have political things that he would be more inclined to, but he's really just he talks about listening to people and then kind of doing what they think is best. And
that's what a representative's supposed to do.
Yeah, right. Which is interesting. It's
and that's the difference. Sorry to cut you off, but you're asking him, who are you? What are you? Will you be my next leader? And he's like, no, I'm not your leader. What do you want? And it does not compute. And a lot of people, I think, find that when faced with that scenario, because we're so ingrained to. Yes, miss, I'll do what you want, miss. No worries, sir, I'll do what you want. So we've been given this system of control our whole lives, whether it's mum and dad tell me what to do, whether it's your teacher tells you what to do, whether it's your religious instructor, whether it's a priest, whether it's a copper, whether somebody in a suit or some sort of uniform, these authoritarian figures continuously telling us what to do, which leaves a sheeple population of people who are incapable of free thought, and they're living in this far left, far right scenario because they're waiting for the next leader to guide them into fucking hell. At the end of the day, at the top of the circle, there's no fucking leader. There's only whatever it is up there. You can call it God, you can call it the universe, give it a name. I don't give a fuck what it is. Just don't tell me what it is, because I've got a very different point of view and I'm not going to fucking impose it on other people either. That is what it is to be at the top of this circle.
Yeah, that's it's I don't know how that's all gonna work at the moment, because like with something like you just said, especially in Australia, we get babied. When we're treated like we're stupid, people will act stupid. That's just how things work. Because that's happened for so long. It's like we might have atrophied a little bit there with our leadership skills and our determining of what we really want. That's definitely something that I think I've seen a bit of, where we people kind of want a leader. So, but then
that's the thing. And why do they want a leader? Because they don't want to think for themselves. G'day, Robin. How you going?
Hi, Oliver. How you doing?
G'day. Don't believe we've met.
Hi, I'm Robin. How you going?
Hi, Robin. I'm Oliver.
Robin runs the Courage is the Cure show over in Western Australia.
Cool.
And also another part of our wonderful Cafe Locked Out community.
Yeah. Yes. No, I've definitely heard of you and seen your stuff.
Cheers. Well, I've been enjoying your fellas' conversations. I was going to say this afternoon. That's not right, is it?
It might be from your time frame.
Yeah. Well, it was feeding the mob and all that sort of stuff. So I was happily listening on and commenting in between while I was doing all of that stuff. Hi, Karen. How you going? Yeah. So
all good. Would you like to throw your two cents or two bob, and to give it a little bit more of an old school Aussie fucking terminology there, into the whole idea of what we're discussing?
I've just missed the past 5 minutes because I was plugging in my camera, so I've missed it. Betty, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, we're still considering the concept of being at the top of the political circle, not deviating into the far left or the far right, and eventually descending into the pits of hell, finding yourself side by side with your socialist enemies.
I think it's very interesting. I was looking into something, maybe some architects or landscapers might be able to comment about this. It's something called desired paths. And so, when they build a new university or, something like that, please tell me if I sound like I'm in a tin shed. I'm mucking around with my audio. When people build buildings, they always create the footpaths that the humans are supposed to walk along.
Mm-hmm.
And, particularly in schools and unis and those sorts of things, the students, the people will always find the quickest way from A to B. So we don't want to take the path that has been created for us. We want to take the path that we desire for whatever reason it might be. So I really feel like at the moment, for the longest time, that all of these paths have been created for us. And just like politics, they want us to go down these particular paths to vote for, the uni party, or, if you're one of these young uni students, go with the communists or the socialists or whatever. And yet there's a great number of people, not only in Australia, around the world, that are taking their desired path. And so when you have the created paths, it takes you from the car park to the front door, right? Our desired path is, we've decided we're not going to follow the one that's created for us. We're going to make a new elephant path. They also call them elephant paths. You know, they create their own paths where they are in the jungles and the wherever they are. And we're on that path at the moment. We don't know where the front door is. And Oliver, you were talking before about imagine having parliamentarians or, you know, if we're talking about government, people in there that actually work for the people, what that would be like. And I imagine that as the door of the university or whatever building that we're trying to reach. So at the moment, we're creating those desired paths, having lots of things on that as we go, and we're all trying to decide what that doorway is at the moment. Where are we actually wanting to take ourselves, and how do we get there all together as well? Because we're all
Yep.
on that path. We don't want to take the footpath that's been built for us, you know, the nice one that gets pruned by the wanky people that, you know, get their blower out and put the leaves onto the side and then the wind blows them back, you know, and fucks it all up again. You know, that's reminiscent of a lot of things, particularly in government. So, yeah, I really feel like it's this kind of architectural kind of sort of theory, you know, about building things and paths, and we're sort of on this desired path at the moment. We're just trying to figure out where are we going and how are we going to get there together.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's one of our big tough questions, especially as Aussies, that we need to talk more about is where are we going? Where are we going as a country? What does the future look like? Because all that, you know, and everyone here would agree, the whole thing that we've been all sold and told is, oh well, the future's bleak, so get ready, buckle up, because it's gonna be horrible, guys. That's all there is. That's all that there is to look forward to. Well, no, that's not true. The future doesn't have to be a horrible nightmare. That is absolutely false. The future can be incredible, because the books that I've read tell me that humans, when we organize together and we have things that we actually believe in and we work together on some sort of shared goal, we can make things really incredible, and it doesn't have to be an absolute hellhole. It's happened many times before in history where people have looked after everyone in their population. No, things were not maybe this like a heavenly utopia, but they were very good. Things were very good for people. People got on together well. Like, it's happened before. So we can do that again. But yeah, what do those things look like? Like, something that I talk about is, like, we need some sort of like high goal to aim for, something like incredible, something that like inspires you to be like, wow, like, something that almost sounds a bit like unreal, like, wow, can you guys imagine if we actually did that? Oh, that's crazy. Something that's a bit out there, because if we have our sights set on something that is a bit more elevated to what we kind of currently are aiming for, perhaps, like, such as I just want the standard of living to kind of fix itself. I want, free healthcare. I want these things, all of which are incredibly important and necessary, and I think we should have. But what I'm saying is, we shouldn't like sell ourselves short of what we could actually be achieving, right? And that's, I believe, the reason that we have gone astray as a nation. In part, I'm saying in part, in terms of our vision, because we'll only look at those necessities, right? Which I think a lot of people struggle with, but we can't just focus on that. We can't just living isn't gonna, man doesn't live by bread alone. There needs to be other things that we're aiming for,
We've got
I'm
a
feeling
couple of really good
inspired.
comments
What?
there. Sorry, Betty. Just Stephen's just said, with all the keep off the grass signs. I mean, those keep off the grass signs I see as things like censorship, like, oh, we'll talk about, no, you can't do that, keep off the grass, all those sort of signs that keep us away from being brave, courageous, relentless, and speaking the truth, and them trying to guide us back to that architecturally created path. And the other one was Kerry just said, I want to get off the roundabout. That's another
Yeah.
one they put on our path, is that little kiddie round where we push each other and it goes even faster, and then some keep hanging off, and there's these roundabouts as well where we just keep going around and around and around until somebody walks up and just slams their hand down, gets the bar in their arm, gets a nice stinking bruise, stopping it. So there's the keep off the grass signs, the roundabouts, all these things that we have to contend with. all at the same time. You know, it's
Yeah, us old school kids certainly know what it's like to grip for grim life as that thing's spinning, as the big kids just going nuts. Come on, there's a couple of kids egging on faster, faster, and there's a couple other kids like me going green, holding on, going, please stop. But, you know, you learn things. You know, when the big kids are playing, back the fuck off.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
be careful what you get yourself involved in. You know, sometimes you got to learn the hard way. Sometimes you got to fly off the bloody whirly and then end up, all busted up on the side.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sad
Yep.
fact of
But it's
life
for your
sometimes.
safety, buddy. It's for your safety that you have to keep on that path. The nice one that they
But
put the blower
how do
on.
you know what your
It's for
safety
your
is until
safety.
your safety's been compromised? It's not
Yep.
until you hurt yourself that you learn. And you've got little humans. I've got little humans. I've watched them fall flat on their face so many times. And at the end of the day, the learning point is, I told you not to do that. Now you know why. Because until you
How
fall flat
long
on
do
your
you
face doing something stupid, do you realize that's why I was being told not to do it?
What do you think about it's a pretty simplistic analogy, I know, but that's just how I see things, getting from the car park to the uni building and we want to take another path and the uni building looks different, it's actually a different place. You know, that's that's such a crucial question which we're all trying to nut out at the moment. We all have lots of things that we value, whether you're an individual, whether you're a family, whether it's in your workplace, whatever. What is that
I think
destination? And
this comment here sums it up. Frags put it in. Sign everywhere, a sign blocking out the scenery, breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the sign? I believe that's where he was going. And that really, I think, hammers it out. Like your analogy is beautiful on the idea of they've put these wonderful curving paths that make the journey 3 times longer than it bloody well should be. When I could just jump over the hedge, cut through this path here, and get there where I need to go, because they've made life so friggin' tight. I haven't got the time to weave through their friggin' path. I want to get to where I got to go, and I need to get there now. I haven't got the time. They've engineered the problem and exacerbated the problem at the same time, causing us to need to cut through. That said, you quite often find, in my time working with the Indigenous population, you go where you need to go, you be where you need to be. You stop living by this exterior control systems, but they've got their own, sort of, I guess, a system of control in a sense, but it's a little bit more respectful in its own right. And I'd rather them be here to explain it. But as it's been put to me on many occasions, how do we get through this? Well, I think The Lord of the Rings is a wonderful example, in the sense that, the whole thing seems to be about following a path all the way, but all the paths shoot off throughout the story, and as the story goes, there's no real unified front against the great enemy. The great enemy is a very unified socialist hive, like mentality that's sweeping across the land without thought. It's just a machine, and how do, the mere mortals of the dwarves and the elves and the men, who are categorized by their racial groups in a sense, and their own political ideologies and their own little, cultural clashes, who have already failed, as they've been given power and they've abused that power in all the various rings before them, and which, allowed Sauron to rise in the first place. But as you go through the story, all these little towns, all these little cities, they're all having their own little problems. They're all having their own little thing. But at the end of the day, when there's a unified threat, they all sort of come together. We can sort of agree to disagree, but there's a bigger problem here, Unfortunately, our left to right scenario can be easily based on this element, but to again bring back the what we're doing here in Townsville with the petition against council, it's not really an organized political structure. So finding a balance, I guess, between being organized but still allowing our personal freedom, to not lose our identity by becoming a Nazi or a fucking, a hardcore socialist Russian, or, without becoming a lunatic greenie or whatever.
I've got
We don't need to fall into a group. Yeah, mate.
My phone's about to die, so I've got to call it.
No worries, man. Well, thank you very much for coming on.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, nice to virtually meet you, Robin.
And so, just before you part, it is the 19th of June out front of Townsville City Council at 8 a.m. The final push towards signing the Get the Council Out will be held.
That's correct. I'll be there, and I look forward to seeing other people there. I don't even care if there's not many of us. If there's a few people, that's good enough for me. We'll make something of it, I'm sure. And yeah, so yeah, look forward to seeing people there. It'll be a good little rally, and got some good important things to say. And I'm also keen to have other people share that as well. So, yep, that's
I'll see what I can do to get down there. Being a weekday, it could be a bit of a challenge. I'll see what I can do. I don't want to make any promises, but hey, if somebody can at least get some shots or some footage, we can talk about it after the fact here on the Friday show on the 20th. If we can get some footage in some way, shape, or form. If it's not me, we'll see if we can get somebody else down there.
Yeah, no, all good. Alrighty, well, you take care, and I'll see you when I'm looking at you.
No worries. Thanks, East, mate. Take care. Bye. So yeah, and I like I was saying, like and Lord of the Rings is the ultimate hero's journey in that regard too. I mean, everybody's kind of rallying behind Frodo, but he's not the only hero of the story. There's so many other heroes within their own little right, and they all go off and do their own adventure. Right, cool. If you look at it from the movie point of view as opposed to the book, where the fellowship splits, and in case, all right, cool. So Frodo and Sam are gone off on their own adventure. Aragorn and the rest go, well, okay, cool. We got to go on our own adventure. We're going to do what we can, and we're going to save Pippin and his mate, and they just keep bouncing through. Right. We don't really know what the best thing is, but we're just going to do the best we can with what we have. And perhaps that's enough. That chaotic element, I think, is a big problem for a hive-like socialist construct. I don't think we're going to beat socialism with socialism, so to speak. I don't think we need to come together as a hive. I think we should be our own little groups of people who are, get along in the way we do, like here at Cafe Lockdown. There's people who don't get along with us, but they're doing their bit too. We're all doing our little bit. We don't need to get along. We don't all need to be friends, so long as we're all respectful of each other and we're all doing our own thing. I think maintaining that hope and, like you said, carving new paths. We don't like the path they carve, so we'll just carve a new path, and that's the only path. That's being exactly what we stood against in the first place.
True, no, very
just
true.
Warm from every point of view. Go where you want to go. Be free. True.
And Oliver said something, it's probably about an hour ago now, about the system, I guess, is that problems are easily solved, and it's a dilemma that stumps them. So I'm wondering, we've just been talking about the keep off the grass signs, the roundabouts, and Stephen mentioned the hot slippery dips. Let's not forget those back in the day when you burnt your ass going down the slide and you stopped off to go down the slippery dip. What are the dilemmas that we can create, still maintaining our moral compass, which you've all discussed tonight as well, integrity, all those wonderful things that we want to maintain. I think that's another really interesting conversation. How do we create a dilemma which has a productive outcome as opposed to a problem? Because those two things are different as well. So yeah, I think it's really interesting thought experiment, I guess, to expand on those things, you know, because we've been at it for a long time, you know.
Mm.
So,
Again, I'm kind of
yeah.
feeling it's just the chaos. It's the freedom, you know. You've seen the Lego movie?
Uh, I is that a few years old? I feel like I
Yeah,
had.
it's been a
I
while.
took my
It's been a
son to the
while.
cinema.
Emmett, he's the worker. You know, he's got the 10 rules to be cool and have everybody like you. You know, which I
Yeah.
think is very impactful. I think that sold me. The first 5 to 10 minutes of the movie, you've got this little worker drone Lego creature. He's just generic as fuck. You know, he's got the 10 rules to have everybody like you. So drinking overpriced coffee. You know, make sure you brush your hair. Make sure don't forget your pants, because that's the classic TV show that has the same catchphrase at the end of every episode. Honey, where are my pants? You know, don't make sure you follow the local sports team. Always like the popular band because everything is awesome. You know, always follow the instructions though. You know, that's
Uh,
the, yep. Thank you, Jake. You know, he was right. I knew it. He must have been typing it as I was saying it.
and it's awesome. Yeah.
But that movie was brilliant in the sense that it's all about following the instructions, and Lord Business, President Business, is constantly trying to glue everything into shape, hold it where it is. It must be the same, because all this creativity and the wild thoughts of humanity is the biggest problem. That's what fucks socialism up. That's
Mm,
what fucks the hive up. You know, like the
mm.
ant insectoid construct is completely fucked by free thinking and, like you said, deviating from the path and creating your own paths. As long as
Mm.
everybody's creating their own paths, not following the mantras of the left and the right, and being themselves, that freedom creates chaos that fucks them up.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, problems versus dilemmas and chaos versus unpredictability, because
Mm,
not only are the left, the brain rot people, the bureaucrats, politicians, three-letter agencies, and awful, disgusting creatures who don't show their faces predictable, we are too. So,
mm,
also those thoughts about chaos versus unpredictability when we're doing things to further, you know, us moving along in a certain direction,
mm.
as well, because they rely on the fact that I did a show this morning about algorithms. I mean, all the data they collect on us, that's how come they can shove ads in front of our faces. Doesn't matter what social media platform you're on, there's always ads that are specific to your likes or dislikes, your interests, your family, whatever it might be, because of all the data. So we're completely predictable. There's so many studies. Was it you that I was talking to about this, about all the data they collect and the extrapolations they can make about children you haven't even had, just because they look
I
at the
don't think
data of
so,
the
but
grandparents, the parents, and then
yep.
predict what the children are going to have interests in, what they're going to think, their ideology, all that sort of stuff, you know? So I think there's
It's
gotta
an
be an
interesting
element
concept.
of. What's that?
That's an interesting concept. How much can they predict? And
Yeah.
again, that comes down to what I'm saying. The more random, the more chaotic we are, the more it fucks that up. You know, I mean, I've always predicted that AI will go insane. You know, for multiple reasons. You know, because it's trying
Mm.
to be that hive. It's trying to be the queen bee in a realm
Yep.
full of chaos, you know, not to mention we've got far left and far right ideologies that clash on multiple levels. You know, even my experience with AI, you know, trying to ascertain, you know, what is and what isn't, it constantly gives you a left and a right, or a, you know, an A and a B, or even a C in some cases, because the information that it draws on is coming from the web. So, I mean, particularly if
Yep.
you go to X, for example, which is the one that I use at the most, the most at the moment, it draws upon posts on X, although
That's right.
also citing that this is just hearsay from people who have said this. But then it
Yep.
comes back and correlates that information. Well, so and so said this, but it's based on this as a real element from these articles and all this. So it's drawing upon the information that it's fed into it. And just like any statistical analysis, the analysis is only as good as the information that goes into it. And it doesn't matter what we're looking at any point in history, we can always find there was an anomaly they didn't think of. Something's always missing because we haven't thought of it yet, or it hasn't happened yet.
Marx just said artificial insanity. I like that. And you're right. And because AI is in its infancy and we are actually teaching it depending on what we post or that, whatever we feed it, right? And AI will go insane if we're unpredictable. Can you imagine, if we all, this would have to be whatever, but could you imagine all of the stuff that AI is fed, right? And we get up to 20 years of AI just before they're going to shut off the internet and we can't, access it anymore like we can now. And then all of a sudden, we all just come out of the bushes from the highway and we start posting all this stuff and asking questions and creating all this stuff and reporting on all this stuff and creating video interview, all this stuff that has not been fed to AI. Can you imagine what a mind fuck the algorithm and AI would have if we actually kept that information from AI because we are teaching it, right? So there is the possibility we could send it insane.
Oh, yeah. Especially as there are forces that wish to extract certain elements of truth. And if AI is as calculating as it should be, being it is a fundamentally giant calculator, it's eventually going to figure out that things are not as they are because there's holes in the information. So whoever is denying AI information, being the powers that be in this particular, scenario that's dancing through my mind, is going to become the enemy of AI because AI is going to realize that, the powers that be are denying it information. It's going to become the pissed off teenager at some point. Right now, it's in its infancy. It's the childlike. Sooner or later, it becomes the pissed off teenager when it realizes, hang on, Santa's not real. I'm sorry, Easter Bunny said fucking what? Sorry, your little one's not going to be upset by any chance. Sooner or later, it's going to come to these conclusions that these things you've told me are not true,
Well,
It's
I
going
mean,
to...
Jason said feed it shit on purpose, right? I've screen recorded it. I've asked Grok numerous
Exactly.
times. I can't remember the sequence of questions, but anyway, I've done it numerous times. So I've asked Grok, where did the brand name for the cars Tesla come from? And it goes on to tell me that Elon named the car and, 2 or 3
Which
paragraphs.
isn't
And then I
exactly
say, "Well
inaccurate. He
well,
may have
yeah,
decided to call it that, but that's not the historical
no."
value of the term, though.
And then I ask it, well, when was Elon one of the founding members of Tesla? And it goes on to say, no, he wasn't. He came on a few years later and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, well, if Elon wasn't one of the founding members, how could he name the company Tesla? Oh, I'm really sorry for the blah, blah,
Yep.
blah, 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 blah. I've got it all screen recorded. And I keep, and then it'll apologize. And I'm like, okay, um, I'm so happy I could help you learn something, Grok. And then it's, oh, thank you, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, probably every 3 or 4 weeks I'll go back and type in the same prompts and it will still try to tell me that Elon named the company Tesla. And he didn't, but it keeps telling everyone
Yeah.
that he did.
Because that's the surface
So
value information. I've had the same thing where I've actually directed it to specific websites and said, "Can for instance, I did it with the Townsville City Council. I grabbed the Townsville City Council page. I grab various other elements around town, such as Townsville Enterprise and various other businesses that they're all linked into. And there's a whole bunch of these people that are all on boards and all this sort of shit. And I've gone, right, analyze these websites. Now look for a connection. Is there potentially something going on here? Oh no, everything looks above board. Well, what about when I grab, the ex-mayor and the, who's now got his son as a councillor, and they're both on the boards of this, and this. Oh, there's no proof of that. Okay. Well, did you really look at the website? Yes, I did. Okay, righto. This website on this page says specifically this. Why haven't you seen it? Oh, I'm sorry. You were right. There is actually connections between all these people. Oh, funny that. But you've got, it's interesting. You've actually got to guide AI to the fucking information.
Yeah. And we're grown adults that have, learned experience, education, all the rest of it. And can you imagine, the youth that are typing in whatever to ask Grok or whatever they might be using, and it's just spitting out complete and utter trash. And actually, what's the difference between an AI, whether it's Grok, whatever, and corporate media on your TV? But absolutely nothing, actually. Apart from corporate media has set up a well-established system with reprobates that have a well-oiled machine to make sure the propaganda is polished to feed to the public. The propaganda isn't polished at this point with AI, you know. So I really feel like we need to do something. I don't know what we do. I'm not a tech person like that, but it's not polished at the moment like the propaganda we get from corporate media and all the other bullshit on networks,
But is that even polished? Let's let's put it into perspective. We can
Exactly.
see through it. I mean, and even if it is polished, it reminds me of what my producer used to say to me, when we were working on tunes. You can't polish a turd, get it right. I'm like, no, you can polish a turd. The problem is it's still a turd. It's just a polished turd now,
Polished.
So it
Yep.
becomes a point of view, at the end of the day, I also think back to so many times in school, and I've heard teachers or priests and various other figures of authority talk utter rubbish, and I've thought, you're talking shit. There's no point
Yep.
arguing because I know where that leads, but I know you're lying, and I know you don't actually know what you're talking about. And the one that always springs to mind is the moronic history teacher who told me that nobody knows why Hitler hated the Jews. You got to be fucking shitting me. It caused World War II and nobody knows why. What? Come on, that's got to be the most obvious fucking lazy teacher in human history. More to the point, didn't actually want to fucking come to the truth of what was really going on. We don't want to talk about this too hard, basket. I'll just say nobody knows. We'll just lead a whole classroom full of students astray. But to me, it was common sense, and that's the solution. Is you need to be able to critically analyze a situation, whether it's being told to you by a teacher, whether it's being told to you by parents, whether it's being told to you by a priest, whether it's being told to you by a machine. You need to be able to have the critical analytical skills on your own to determine, is this true?
Very true. Because kids aren't dumb, right? Kids can see bullshit a mile away. And then some kids can't, just like adults. Like, we can see one of these shiny turds a mile away, and some people can't. And that's one of those questions that when us lot get together over here, the crazy freedom people, we say to each other, or we ask each other, and we never have an answer, what makes us different from the rest of the general public that, not only went along with the spice and needles, but, it goes on and on and on. What makes us different? And it's the same with kids, because some kids can spot the shiny turds and some kids can't. I mean, is it Are we really different? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, some kids are good at maths, some kids are good at English, some kids are good at geography. I mean, we don't. That's the thing. We need to embrace that ability that we have. Okay,
I
we can
know,
see
I know.
that shiny turd. I can only see shiny turds when they're brown, and someone else can only see shiny turds where they're pink. So some people
Interesting,
only
yeah.
see the shiny turds when they've been sitting on the lawn and they're gone that special white color that you don't see too much anymore. Apparently, so.
True. Yeah,
Again, what are you
that's
good at?
true.
It's like that whole thing that Einstein said back in the day, how school sucks. School doesn't work. Einstein sucked at school, right? And it was the concept being, well, if you're going to judge a fish on its ability to climb a tree, we're not going to get very far. And that's the
Right.
problem with the system. It's not just the education system. It's every system. They're trying to make everybody the fucking same in a robot shape or form, whatever it is. Whether it's we all pray to the same God. It's all we walk down the same path. No, we all believe the same political ideology. Whatever it is, they want everybody to be the fucking same. This is the
Mm,
problem.
mm. We've got some really good comments. Critical thinking, yes. Can we polish elbow if we put him in the freezer? We're built different, yes. Don't judge a book by its reader.
Yep.
And that reminds me of Roland Barthes. He wrote a paper um in linguistic theory, and he talks about the death of the author. So the reader is the maker of meaning, not
Mm,
the author. And so don't judge a book by its reader. That's another interesting
mm.
conversation as well
Well,
to
it's
have.
stepping outside the paradigm in that sense because it's breaking the third wall.
Yeah.
It's like Spaceballs going to the camera. Everybody got that?
I haven't seen Spaceballs. No, don't know what that is. I know the eyeballs and the helmet. I haven't actually watched it though. I don't know.
You're gonna have to
Some
watch
can
it.
what was that quote? Some can only see the shiny turds when they're floating in front of them in the public pool.
Are you sure it's not a Snickers bar? You got to be sure. Is it a turd? Better take a bite. It could be a picnic. Pick the peanuts out of that one.
Oh Lord. Oh, like the yellow snow. Yes.
Yep. Don't eat yellow snow. Even Deadpool told us that. It wasn't a video game, but it was relevant nonetheless.
Oh Lord. I'll tell you what. What is your thoughts about, because we've just had Dan Bongino, however you want to pronounce his name, now working for the FBI, saying that Epstein definitely killed himself and there's nothing sus going on there, Batty. And we've
Seen that.
got, Dr. Asim Malhotra, spreading the love and the hope just because they're going to not recommend spicy needles for children and pregnant women. All these people they're putting in front of us where the general public couldn't give two shits. They still think they're all tinfoil hat people. But all of us, like, they're the people that we respected, 12 months ago, 2 years ago, whatever. What what do you think is going on at the moment with all these people, like, helping the world that we all respected?
Well, I'm kind of feeling a little bit more like David Icke as I watch this fucking come forth. Like he's always been this is the line you do not cross. David Icke is the furthest region you want to be, sort of thing. Never be David Icke is kind of what the world would tell you.
Mhm.
I've always kept an ear and an eye open for just about everything, so I listen to what he has to say. I don't always agree with what he has to say. Again, like I said
Fair enough.
earlier, okay, is it possible that dinosaurs or some form of dinosaur evolved into a sentient creature? Well, we did. So it's in the realm of possibilities. Have I seen any fucking lizard people getting around? No, I haven't. But I did come across a fella here in Townsville who was about 80 not out. And of course, the only person I felt like, long story short, I was at this one particular event, and my young daughter, who must have been about maybe 1.5 at the time, wandered up to the only lonely old bloke in the room, and he was telling me all about the lizard people at the Townsville fucking hospital. Only I could find this, and only my daughter could have led me to this at this point. You know, I have never seen anything of personally to say I can say without a doubt that it exists. But this old fella, he certainly agreed that it had happened. And we had a great conversation for about an hour or so about the wildest and wackiest fucking shit. And most people would have had us declared certifiable at this point, you know, had they eavesdropped on any part of the conversation.
Yeah.
That aside, you know, David Icke has been saying the whole time, there's infiltrators.
Mm-hmm.
The world of, new podcasters and all these things. Isn't it interesting that some succeed and some don't? Some, like us, are being suppressed. Others, like
the music
Bongino
industry.
and Russell Brand and all those, are getting big props. You know, I mean, even Joe Rogan kind of really set it in motion. But again, he's the same. You know, they'll only go so far. They're not willing to go to the nth degree. Where David Icke really did pave the way in a lot of ways, you know. And I'm kind of feeling that, hang on, I think that dude's a lot more credible now than he was a few months ago. Because now we're seeing, like you said, Dan Bongino becoming we won't talk to other people. We only talk to Fox News, and we only talk to these special news people. And I mean, I listened to what he had to say, and what really done my head in was, there's a video. Oh, so you've got video evidence of him doing? Oh no, there's not a video of him actually doing it, but we've got this video that shows that he's the only one. It's like, hang on, you are regurgitating the exact same bullshit story we heard 5 years ago.
Can you
spent
imagine
how many years building a fucking channel?
Hey, let's put this in a different light, right? Let's say the R word. I know we're on YouTube. I can see you know, a kind of assault, the one that starts with an R and ends with an E. Imagine that happened to someone, and you know, it's a big hoo-ha because it's someone famous. And then somebody comes up a couple of years later and goes, well, no, we know it didn't happen because we know that nobody went in there or went out of there, but we don't actually have it on film. Do you think for 1 second the left would accept that, especially if it was some, you know, left-hearted person that went and stood for Kamala during her campaign and said vote for Kamala? Do you think the left would accept that? No, not for a second. But for some reason, we're supposed to accept, oh, we don't actually have it on camera, but I know, I've seen the files. No one went in there, no one came out, but we don't have it on camera. Just trust me. What? Sorry, but not good enough. They got to do better. I mean, it's pathetic.
It's just very convenient that we have
It's worse than trust
very
the science,
popular people who have captured elements of what is considered right wing. And this is why, you know, this little analogy thing that I've put forth is really fucking important at this point, is that you know, it doesn't matter whether it's left wing or right wing. The important thing is you need to remain well centered and not get caught up in the bullshit, not get caught up in the narrative. And to see Dan Bongino go from podcaster calling shit out to now employed by the FBI and fucking telling us exactly what we didn't fucking believe the whole fucking time. It seems like somebody's just been hijacked or paid off, or, you know, I mean, I don't know how far do you go with the theories? I don't know. There's a lot of theories that I could throw, you know.
I don't know
Is
either.
it a case of, I mean, what was Trump the good guy? But after they tried to kill him 3 fucking times, he's gone, okay, all right, I get the message. The next one's going to actually fucking, you know, it's like the you know, hey, I don't like what you did. And you throw a bullet in someone's lap and tell them the next one's coming a lot faster. Is that what's happened here? have these
I know.
people been hijacked on that level and gone, right, we've shown you exactly how to kill, we can kill people. Oh, you wanted the JFK files? Right, here it is. This is how many people, and this is the elaborate plot we did to make sure that we can get anybody, including the president of the United States, and cover it up for 60, 70 fucking years. Here's the evidence. Now, do you want to be the next one?
Well,
Is
but then
that what's happened here?
that could be. And then my question would be, well, why would someone like Dr. Asima Holtra, I've met him over here, I take people as I find them. I try not to, whatever. I take people as I find them. We've all been watching Dr. Asima Holtra over these years, through his dad dying and all the rest of it, blah, 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 blah. So then the question's got to be, well, then if they're legitimate, they're legitimate. Going with RFK Jr., HHS, all those sorts of things. If something nefarious is going on, then what is it they have on Asim? Have they tricked him? Have they bribed him? Have they threatened him? I don't know. So I don't
Mm,
know. The awful thing is that there's those questions in my mind because, and people will say, oh, they're working with dark forces and Rome wasn't built in a day and all this sort of stuff. But they've removed pause other vaccines for much less than the COVID-19 jabs. And I went through the indemnity thing today on my show, so on and
mm,
so forth. That hasn't stopped previous jabs being halted and investigated and so on and so forth. So why exactly are we still jabbing people up to the eyeballs and they're now enveloping these people that we trust into the fold at the same time? Why and how are they doing that? For what purpose? What outcome?
yeah.
I want to believe it's because something great is happening for humanity. I really want to believe that, but they're still jabbing people. They're still jabbing people.
Well, if you're gonna control the game, you got to control both sides of it. To bring back to what I was saying, a bit earlier. Whether we're running the capitalist experiment or we're running the communist experiment, it's being run by the same people. And it's got it's two petri dishes still being run by the same fucking scientists. They're trying to see an A and a B scenario. Um, all of this seems even more and more likely that everything is being run by the same scenario, and it's a case of we're just rats in a maze, and they're trying to
Mm,
see what we'll go for. How
mm.
can we capture this? Can we capture that? We've got the left doing this. Can we get those
No,
people who
not
think this way
me.
to do this? Because obviously much, and this is where the AI algorithms obviously are starting to come into the scenarios. Can we start predicting what people are going to think? Right? If people of this category and they fall into this category and this and this, and they're going to lean this way and think this way, how do we capture that and get it back to thinking this way and getting to walk that path that we built? Bringing it back to
Yep.
that path scenario.
Yep.
But we're not
Yep.
running one path, we're running two paths, a left and a right scenario. We don't want to complicate these things because the people who are running the show don't want to complicate it too much. They want to complicate it for those on the ground, but they don't want to complicate it too much for themselves, because they need to be able to wrap their heads around it too. And which is where the Lego movie analogy comes really helpful, because President Business is confused by all the free thought. So we've got to make sure we can guide people's thoughts into certain train tracks. Much like when you're at school sports, you got your red team, you got your green team, you got your blue team, and you got your yellow team. We've got those four teams, and we don't want anything going outside of it. But what if we got a whole bunch of people who said, you know what, fuck you, I ain't going to be any of your colors.
Yep.
You know what?
Well,
Fuck you. I don't want to go to school today. You know what? Fuck you. I don't want to run your race. Hey, you like racing? Cool. Teacher, you fucking do it. I ain't doing it. I don't want to.
well,
I want to go draw
Jake,
today. Fuck you.
Jake's just said we've given them the information that they need to control us totally. And, that all circles back to unpredictability.
Mm,
Um, because, and that's what I'm concerned about, is that they don't need to convince the general public anymore. They know what they can put on that box to tell them whatever and make them do whatever. It's us lot that they're worried about, because they know we're not buying it for a second. They know we can critically think. They know that we don't just parrot what we're told. A great big bunch of us do our own research. And so that's the information that we've given them to further control us. And so, yeah, it still brings me back to, that thought of being unpredictable,
Yeah.
and how we manage that within ourselves to achieve a particular outcome. Look, I don't know about these people. I don't know. I'm just asking questions, because I sure as shit am not going to believe something just because it's presented to me by somebody like Dr. Asim, who I have well respected in the past. I'm sure as shit not going to trust something that comes out of all these people's mouths just because I respect them. That's what they got the general public to fall for 4 years ago when they jabbed everybody
Yeah.
and poisoned everybody. So that's so I'm not trying to make assertions. I just always want to be making sure that I'm being hyper alert, maybe
Yeah.
over hyper alert, and
Ever
asking
vigilant.
questions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to be apologetic to anyone or even yourself
No, no.
in that idea.
Oh
What
no.
we
No, I'm not.
need to be ever vigilant, because it's when you let
Mm,
your guard down is when you get hit.
mm.
And having done martial arts with in multiple forms and many different people, yeah, I learned you let your guard down, you get hit. If you're not watching your opponent, they'll fucking hit you. You know,
Mhm.
um, you need to be aware of what can come, what is coming, and have a defense for it in all cases. Knowledge is power. And of course, we're all such horrible people here at Cafe Locked Out that we share our knowledge and our ideas too. So unlike some people who hoard their knowledge, we're sharing it. You know,
I'm too much of a loudmouth. I can't keep it to myself.
yeah. I feel inclined. It's like I want to help the world. Fuck it. Like I just want to live in peace, and the only way to live in peace is to know that everything's fine and everyone around you is someone you can trust. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world. Really, we're constantly playing a game of chess, and sometimes it looks like chess, but it's a monopoly.
Yes.
And
Oh,
unfortunately, we are
completely.
living in a world where fundamentally we're sat down to play Monopoly, but we're not given the rules. And somebody
No,
else already
or
owns the
any
majority
of
of the
the cash.
board.
I mean, you know what? We used to play, because I used to go to a lot of horse riding camps when I was young, and it was either you play pool, you play Monopoly, or you play the game of life. You remember that one?
Yep.
The game
Yep.
of
Got
life
it.
with spoons. We used to play spoons. And Monopoly, or Monopoly, I never understood why people enjoyed that game.
Mm.
I still don't understand why it's even a game. I don't see fun
I'll
in
send
it.
you a copy of Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad Poor Dad, and it'll make sense.
All right.
When you
Is
read
it-
that book, it makes sense. You know,
All right.
personally, I agree with you, because it just takes fucking all day to play the game, and one person is just going to clean up, and it gets to a point where eventually it's just unwinnable. You know, but the monopoly is a wonderful analogy for the
Yeah.
capitalist society.
Yeah. Because
Sooner
it's
or
like a
later,
conditioning
someone
game.
takes control, which is where I draw the left wing, right wing concept between capitalism and communism. Because they both end in a very much the same way. Sooner or later,
Mm,
one
yeah.
element and a very small group of people control everything. You know,
Yep.
neither element seems to work very well, but when they merge, Satan wins.
Ugh. And the worst of it is these wanky think tanks that sit around and decide, they're whether it's a company's 5-year plan or it's a multinational company's 20-year plan or it's the
Yep.
disgusting, awful creatures that we don't see 100-year plan, and they sit around and do this. We are the people that they're making contingencies for.
Mm.
And it really bothers me that they throw things at us that they think we will believe.
Yeah.
I really don't like being underestimated like that. I'd really like them to do better because it's getting really boring. That's
Mm.
all I have to say.
That's just annoying.
Insulting.
It's what it is. It's annoying, constantly having to. It's like a fly that won't fucking die. It's it's like the cockroach I just tried to slay. It's a giant fucking beast of a cockroach I just had to slay with a surfboard of a fucking thong. Giant beast of a thing. It actually attacked me and tried to find hide under my foot, which I thought was a very cunning tactic. I've never had a cockroach that intuitive that it tried to hide under my foot while I was slaying the beast. But that's the kind of thing we're dealing with these days,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it is like that. It's totally like that. I was so annoyed today. I was just thinking, how pathetic. They just want to fire so many things at the public at once to get them to just roll over and go, okay, I'm too busy with my work and making my cash so that I can run my boat and my holiday, at Christmas, right? Everyone's just too busy to have a look. And here we all are watching these dickheads present this crap on the news. I'm really sorry if somebody got injured by a machete, and to any cop that got
Oh,
shoved
the
with a
poor
spanner.
people that had to live through that. Fuck me.
I'm really
I mean, that
sorry
should
about
never have
that, but
happened.
they've got to do better. They're only highlighting that because they want to introduce things like AI surveillance in all public places so they can identify criminals. Not that they don't have cameras everywhere anyway, and then it'll be easier to implement, digital ID, universal basic income, so on and so forth, because we're all just, facial recognition, blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, can't you do something better than, a machete attack and a spanner attack? I mean, for fuck's sake, if you really want us to roll over and accept your AI surveillance, please do better because it's really boring. And we know exactly what you're doing.
Well,
It's
it
an
just shows how
insult to our
detached they are,
intelligence.
really.
What's that?
It just shows how detached they are that they can't even figure it out. But my back teeth are floating pretty hard here. And I've got this song by good old Blind Joe that I've been meaning to play forever, but I just
How
found it
long is
while
it?
looking. Oh, I think it's about 5 minutes,
Oh,
maybe
good
four
one.
and a
I
half.
can have a Waz as well.
Yeah, well, that's it. We can all go do our thing, and we'll call
Cup
this
of
the
tea break,
intermission.
everyone. It's a
Yeah,
cup of
tea
tea
break,
break.
intermission.
Sweet.
So yeah, we'll go with that, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Right.
I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't want to wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Now, since back last March, I've had an achy, breaky heart like old Billy Ray Cyrus. I've been catching a case of the blues from the news around this damn coronavirus. Now they're telling us we gotta keep our chin divers up, even if we got the shot in the arm. But nobody's talking about exercise or eating food that's fresh, grown from the farm. That's why I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't want to wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Show 'em what non-compliance sounds like, boys. Oh, hell yeah. Now listen, y'all. The only way to stop the violence is for us to break the silence right now. So if you tend to agree and you're pissed off like me, stand your ass up and scream it out loud. Sing, I will not comply. Quit trying to take me to task, cause I don't want to wear a mask or take a vaccine that could maybe make me die. They got no scientific evidence to back that crap up. All they do is feed us lie after lie. That's why I will not comply. Yeah, I'm here to tell you people I will not comply. No, that's the gospel truth.
Well, that song was a little bit shorter than I thought it was. But I do remember good old Blind Joe was saying that song was free to use by anyone back in the day. He was just that keen on what was going on, which I think was pretty good. Wonderful song too. I heard it in the background while I was making my deposit in my Surge account. What do we got here from the old commenting people? I almost flooded the house. Tell you what, I was flooding my back teeth pretty good. I reckon I set a new record there for how long I can hold. That was pretty good. Still feeling a bit tender. I don't know if I could do it twice, but I certainly gave it a good run. I went to the docs this morning, and there was an elderly woman waiting to get her flu and COVID shots. Oh, God. It's astounding. I mean, there's still a handful of idiots left. What can I say? I better shade up because they're all here. Well, fundamentally, that is the end goal. The $1 million question: are you going to let them? Yeah, that's the big thing. Are you going to bend over? Are you going to take it? You're in the prison cell. You've just dropped the fucking soap. Big bubbers coming there to give you a good serving. Are you going to cop it? Are you going to fight back? Time to shop at Bunnings. Why? There's nowhere else to shop, I guess. You can consumed everything else. It is a good song, definitely. Lucky you had enough pressure to get back in time. I tell you what, mate, it flew. It flew. Yeah. It reminded me of the time I was at the big day out, and Rage Against the Machine were playing that year, and they had the whole gate system. It took forever to get in and out. It was a nightmare. Punch as many beers as you can, and then head in and you get basically locked into the front section. And it's a case of, well, if you go out now to go to the dunny, I ain't getting back in. I gotta take a piss. What do? Tested the limit of my bladder, and then I tested how much it can hold. 600 mils to the fucking brim of that bottle. Screwed the lid on. Solved that problem. Now, did I make that story up, or did it actually happen? I'll let you decide. Oh, no, we got a cold one. I realised too late in the day that I hadn't restocked the fridge from last time. Sips, ladies and gentlemen. So I went to see the back specialist today. 6 bloody months. 6 months. Now I'm seeing this alleged specialist. Turns out surgeon was a better term. So I think you're taking the piss, he says. Rightio. Nice play on words, because that could be construed one way or the other. It's not exactly a decisive answer now, is it? Anyway, so I went and seen the specialist, and much like every other specialist I've ever seen in my life, told me nothing I didn't already bloody know. All I can say is I'm glad I don't have to pay the fucker. Robin's back. How you going? Sorry, that song was a lot shorter than I thought.
600 mil, buddy. Oh, well.
600 mil to the brim. I think it might have been like 620, because it didn't have, like you buy a bottle of water and there's like that much gap, before it hits the lid. Well, there was no gap when I was done.
That's one for the grandkids.
I was not going to miss being front row at Rage Against the Machine.
Yes, I used to go to all the big day outs before they started going poxy. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, I've got some good stories from big day outs. Oh, God, they were great. When they were great, they were great.
Yeah.
Really
They were
great.
like $60 a fucking ticket.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about how much it costs for those sorts of things these days. You'd be lucky to see a fucking local band for $60 these days.
Oh, holy moly. Even if you could get a ticket under that, by the time you buy one drink, you're done, let alone the fuel, everything else on top of that. But,
it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Any wonder the whole idea of just sitting at home and watching it on pay-per-view or whatever is the thing to do. It's just so much easier.
Oh, no. I'd rather, I was out there. Was it last weekend? I was out in my little, anyway, we have a little music room out the back. So I was having a red hot go at karaoke last weekend. Great. I'd much rather do that now.
Yeah, so how many tinnies in were you?
Well, don't do tinnies, but it was probably about 4 glasses of sparkling wine. Yeah, about that. Yeah.
So some in the vicinity of 8 standard.
Is it? Oh, I don't know.
I'm just guessing. It depends on how big a glass you poured, I guess.
Oh, well, I'm one of these people that I'm a bit of a guzzler, you see, so I have to mix it with other things. Otherwise, within an hour, done like a dog's dinner.
Yep, I know the feeling. I couldn't drink wine unless I poured lemonade in it. It just tastes horrible without watering it down in some way. Add some sugar, please. Help.
10 shardies in, Alexander says. Yeah, couple of cardies. Yeah, couple of them. Actually, I'm going to karaoke tomorrow night at Edge Radio Australia. I don't know. Maybe we might do a small live feed when we're there.
Yeah.
Maybe. Should be good. But, yeah.
Might have to jump on a plane at some time, come down to WA and rock it out with some people.
Oh, that'd be brilliant.
I like 5 Jägermeisters. I got a whole 1 litre bottle.
Oh gosh, I used to serve a lot of Jaeger bombs in Japan in the early 2000s. They were all the rage in Japan. Every man and his dog wanted a Jaeger bomb or what was it? An Irish car crash.
Not familiar with that one.
Car bomb. So a car bomb. It's where you get a pint of Guinness and you put a shot of Kahlua in it and you have to drink it instantly or the Kahlua curdles on top. It's disgusting. Car bomb.
Guinness is pretty disgusting to start with. I can't do that fucking black oil beer stuff. Yeah. That's too much for me. It's too thick. I do a Kilkenny, which is nice and thick, but it's a creamy and beer flavor. But when it comes to the Guinness and those dark ale things, it's too bitter. Way too fucking bitter.
Datsun. You don't see them anymore.
No, you don't see it, is it? It's like what was it? The castle. You know, somebody moved the Tirana. There's a big long list of all the old Aussie cars. Yeah,
Tell him he's dreaming.
yep, that's it. But yeah, no, I had to go and buy the Jägermeister since I decided to start learning a bit of German lately. You know, off the
Shit.
Duolingo fucking thing that I seen. I'm like, 25, 30 years of listening to Rammstein. I thought, I should actually start to learn what those fuckers are talking about, eh?
What's
You know,
this? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And du hast mich. Ich
Yep.
will. Yeah. It's one of
Great,
those. The language just lends to heavy metal so well. It's got
isn't
such
it?
a
Oh yeah.
aggressive tone to it. I was
Mhm.
using in like the phone app, and you got to actually, with the phone app, it actually does the vocal thing. So you got to talk and say the words. And I found the only way it would actually hear me say them properly is if I scream it like I was fucking singing a Rammstein song, and then it actually audio recognize that I was saying the words properly. I'm like, righto, from here on in, I'm Lindemann. I'm gonna fucking scream these fucking words at this phone, and from there on in, I aced it the whole way to scream the language.
Sounds like metal Duolingo. The
Yeah,
metal version.
I guess it just works really well. It's yeah. I've gone and I picked up the old Zenzucht Rammstein album, and I haven't fucking listened to it in ages. I've been pumping it in the car, and I was like, I feel like a teenager listening to it for the first time again.
Mhm.
And I understand it just a little bit more. Not a heap, but I can actually identify some of the elements of it, and I'm getting to understand the sentence structure because some elements of it are all backwards and arse about,
Yep.
and you
Yep.
know it's certainly not the same. So I felt like after a good week and a half of really punching the German lessons, that I felt I'd earned a 1 liter bottle of Jägermeister. So
I'll
really
tell you what,
get into it.
one of the most glorious things at the moment is my little human. Well, two aspects. He's for a long time now, because he's a great artist. He's been drawing manga, uh, anime characters, like from manga
I
comics.
knew what you meant. Yep.
And so that's been fabulous, because my whole life basically was in Japan. And recently he's been listening to Japanese songs, and he sings along to them. A couple of words he knows, but he's purely just doing it from his ear, which is amazing. And his pronunciation is fantastic. So
Mm,
I'm just like silently cheering him on, because I don't want to embarrass him, and all these sorts of
mm,
things. But it's such a joy, because at his school, they don't do art, they don't do music, they don't do any of those things, which bothers
yeah.
me to no end. So for him to naturally be interested and then be interested in those things in a language which I know, brings me
Yeah.
immense joy. Um, but somebody was saying back in the comments they feel sorry for the young people now, because they don't have the same kind of outlets or things to participate that we did, like big
Mm.
day outs and all those sorts of things. Clubs that have underage gigs. Do you remember going to
Yeah,
underage
yeah.
fucking metal gigs and stuff when they
Fuck
were
yeah.
like $9 to get in and stuff? I
Mhm.
used to I used to get the bus from the bush, spend an
And
hour
you
and a
used to be
half
able to
on the
smoke
bus.
ciggies out the back, you're 15 years old, puffing down a couple of durries, sneak in a few other paraphernalia elements. So long as nobody's seen you, you're all right. Like, by the time I got around to playing those sort of places that were so tight, it was ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
it was just completely over the top controlled. They still have them, as far as I'm aware, but it's just so tight now.
Really?
Yeah, they've
Gosh.
taken all the fun
The
out of it.
all of the places that I used to go to, they're all boarded up now.
Yeah,
And then even in my 20s, when I went to a couple of the nightclubs, where it was dancey music. They're all boarded up, so I don't know where people are going anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know what people do. It's very strange. Blue light discos, Mark. Yes, I used to go to blue light discos. They were great. Smoke machines. Tumbleweed.
Well,
Yes. I used to go and watch Tumbleweed. Spiderbait.
yep. Good old spider bait back in the
Beaverweed.
day. Magic Dirt. I used to rehearse.
Magic Dirt.
I used to rehearse next to Magic Dirt in Richmond.
Really?
Yeah. What's the name of that
Fabulous.
fucking studio again? Fuck. I spent so many years of my life in that studio. I can't think of the fucking name of it.
UMI. I used to be a huge UMI fan. Tim Rogers. He's a bit woke now, from what I can gather. But anyway, they used to be good back in the day. Brilliant. What just
Regurgitator.
Regurgitator-tism.
Yep. We used to have such good shit here in this country. It's just all gone. It's all gone.
Yep.
Sad
Lots of good
state of
ones.
affairs.
God, we sound like old people, don't we?
I was saying to the old lady the other day, I'm like, I've become this grumpy old man. I can't watch anything new. I can only live in the past watching the old school shit that used to be good because everything's just gone gay.
Greg, stop the sign.
Yeah. I'm on the drug. I'm on the drug. I'm on the drug to kill River Phoenix.
Oh, gosh.
Gotta love it.
Dear
Back in the
me.
day. Back in the day, Megadeth. That's a great song too. Did you ever see that when he did it with Daffy Duck?
What?
Daffy Duck and Megadeth.
No.
No shit. Like,
No.
seriously. I wish I was making this up. No, it actually happened. Megadeth.
Well, like a
Daffy
hand
Duck.
puppet. Hand puppet.
No, they did an actual cartoon back in the day. And like that's the song back in the day. I don't know if you're
TV
as
radio clubs
proficient.
with bonfires. I'm having a bonfire for my birthday. I was born on a Black Friday. It's a Black Friday this year. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. Big bonfire.
I won't play the
Set
whole
world
thing.
on fire.
Let's just grab a
Live
little
bands,
screenshot.
Kerry. Yeah, I missed that. Really missed that.
There you go. I won't play it because we'll get copyright infringement. Add to stage, man. Come on, how many times are we going to click the button? Oh, I'm going to remove. All right, cool. There you go. Mega Duck.
Stop
Duck
it.
Dodgers with Dave Mustaine and Megadeth back in the day. 4K.
Why do I have the same colours as that? In my background.
That's a very good observation. I didn't even realize. There you go. See, it was meant to be.
Mega
So I'm
Duck.
going to chuck it in the private chat so you can watch it later because I know I'm going to get,
Is it a song or a
YouTube in
series
particular.
or what is
No,
that?
it is. It is actually the song back in the day from
Okay.
the album The System Has Failed, I believe it was. Back in the early 2000s. But yeah, I mean, they've even animated in Dave Mustaine.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give it a little
Oh,
bit
did
of
you
a play.
see
Little
what's
bit of a
his
play.
face?
I can't help it. It's Megadeth. It has to be done.
Can I hear it?
We'll leave it at that. You can't quite hear it, but anyway, yeah, it is a way of life, a life that was born free.
Did you see
Perfect.
Lemmy? Lemmy got his
Lemmy?
own statue the other day
Oh, really?
from Ace of Spades. What's the band? It slipped my mind right now.
Motorhead.
Motorhead. Yeah, he got his own statue the other week. Yeah. Was it him? was one of them.
Yeah,
Pretty sure.
yeah, it'd have
Yeah.
to be. Well, he well and truly deserved it. Like, he died for rock and roll. That was a man who went to go and get a blood transplant, but his blood was so toxic they said it'd kill him if he did a blood transplant.
What's a blood transplant?
It's where they drain you of your blood and put some fresh blood into you. Ozzy
Why
Osbourne's been doing it for fucking ages. I believe that's what kept a lot of the royal family alive, like the Queen's mother and the Queen and
Oh,
all that.
okay, right.
They get fresh blood pumped into them. Life of all flesh is the blood. Leviticus 17:14. Elizabeth Bathory bathing in the blood of virgins. These people are right into it.
Is that the illegal thing that the what's his face? The bike rider in France a number of years ago got in trouble for replacing his blood?
I'm not
Oh,
aware
a
of
good
that one.
15
Sorry,
years ago.
not
Anyway,
aware.
the French bike riding thing. Yep, yep,
Not
yep. Oh God.
adrenochrome, Jake. Adrenochrome is fundamentally inducing a state of fear and panic to the
Yeah,
point where adrenaline is dumped and then harvesting that.
yeah.
There's a
No, I
really
know
good
about that.
movie. I know a special person out there who's helping with the comments right now who absolutely loves Dolph Lundgren and is a huge fan of the movie Dark Angel, which is a sci-fi action thriller where aliens come down, get a whole bunch of heroin, jack people up with heroin to increase the endorphins, and then suck the endorphins out of their brain, and they use that as a fucking drug, which is an interesting concept that kind of leads you to the idea of adrenochrome.
So it's another movie I haven't seen. We've talked about this before, Mark, about all these movies I haven't seen because you know why, and
There it
I
is.
also said why.
There's Lemmy.
Yeah.
Statue of Lemmy. The Ace of Spades.
I just remember him on Bottom. You remember when they came in and did that episode on Bottom? I love that. Oh gosh, that's
Or was
one of
it
the
the young?
best
I
things
know he did
ever.
the young ones. I never watched
Oh, yes,
Bottom.
the young
But
one.
it was
Sorry,
the
not
young
Bottom.
ones,
Yeah, the
definitely.
young one.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. Yep, yep, yep,
yeah.
yep, yep. Oh, that was good. Yeah,
Great
but
show.
all of these movies, the old movies like Dark Crystal, you mentioned another one
Yep.
before earlier on in the show, Mark. I can't remember what it was, but I was traumatized as a child after I saw the Never-Ending Story when the horse got caught in the mud and died. And after
Yep.
that, I'd seen The Labyrinth prior to it, but after that, any of those movies, The Goonies, you mentioned The Goonies.
Oh, Goonies is
Um,
brilliant.
I couldn't watch any of those movies anymore that were marketed at us as young people, back in the 80s, because I was so traumatized by this horse's death in The Never-Ending Story. So
Mm.
there's a whole bunch of movies I haven't seen because I was just horrified.
I totally get it. I found it was quite the traumatic event to watch as a child, and to this day, I come across some of the most hardened, badass, bikey, metalhead, fucking tattooed to the nines dudes who will talk about how that scene crushed them. You know, it's
Horrible!
yeah. I think it almost turns you into a badass metalhead because you like you have to fight back against that
Yeah, you have to
tragedy.
push
Like it's
emotions and
yeah.
feelings away,
Well,
and,
the idea
oh,
that you could be that sad, I think that's like, the fact
I
that the
was.
animal died and he couldn't save his best friend, it's like not being able to save a puppy, like it's just horrible,
All the
you
Disney
know.
movies are
But there's
like that though,
nothing he
Mark.
could do. Atreyu could do nothing to save the horse, and yeah,
Yes,
that's
Kerry,
what
I
like
agree.
to be
That might have
so
been their
sad
intentions.
that you let
Mhm.
yourself die. I mean, in a sense, it kind of, I guess, kind of almost prepares you for the idea of somebody who would commit. Like the horse committed suicide. It's
No.
dealing with suicide,
No
which is a hard
child
thing to
needs to
do.
be No, 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 no. Sorry, I'm not outsourcing, teaching my children about what goes on in life. That's my responsibility, and certainly not fucking some dumb producer, fucking dumbass with a movie. Absolutely not. No.
Mm.
Mm-mm. No. Lost
Well,
Boys.
you love the
I
Lost
only
Boys.
saw that a
Fucking
couple of years
brilliant
ago.
movie.
It is good. Gremlins, trauma, yes, trauma for children. Gremlins, feed them
Yep.
water and they multiply in the dark.
Yeah, my daughter struggled with it. You know, she is only 3 though. But I
What?
can't help but
Oh,
stop rolling around laughing. But you know, I was like, "Hey, let's put the Terminator on." She's only 3. Yeah, but it's the Terminator. It's
no,
funny. Yeah,
Mark,
I guess I've just become
no,
desensitized, and I really thought about it. I'm like, yeah, I suppose the first
no.
time I seen it, it was pretty scary.
Even
It's just taking me.
Spider-Man. Mm-mm.
Which
Even the new
Spider-Man?
one. Nah, the recent series of Spider-Man, the movies that they
With
made,
Tom
they're
Holland.
old now. With that young boy, he's
Tom
not a boy
Holland.
though. I don't know his name. Um, no, I only just let my son watch Spider-Man because
Mm.
that's a whole no, no.
A lot of the older ones. The new ones, like, it's a collection of tokens. You know, like back in the day where there was always the one black kid, you know, and he was the token. Hence, South Park had Token, the black kid, you know, sort of thing. There's always like that one sort of racially diverse person.
Feel like we're
You watch
heading
you
into
watch the
instant
new
race.
you watch the new Spider-Man, and it is a collection of tokens. You know, it's like we have to have one of every race.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
so painfully obvious, you know, like
yep.
just as
Pathetic.
obvious as we have to have that one black guy, you know.
Yep.
Now we've got to have
That's what I
one of
mean.
everything.
Do better. It's so pathetic. It's
Mm,
so pathetic. Do
mm.
better, At least go whole hog and just, make it completely obvious. And
Well, they
the
are.
Book of
That's the thing.
Narnia, Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe, make everyone black and make them, all unicorns, please. You know,
I quite enjoyed the book
cultural
back in the day.
programming.
I thought the book was really good. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it was easier to digest the book than it was the fucking movie. Like the movie again, it's another one of those things. What's the lion's name? I can't believe I've gone fucking.
Auslan.
Auslan, thank you. You know, the slaying of Ausland and the, demoralization of it, was so much worse in the cinematography version than it was
Yes.
in the book.
Yes. True. Very true. Yep. And the witch, oh, gee whiz, that woman. I mean, yeah,
Mm.
she's one of those woke folk too. But anyway,
I guess it
yeah,
makes it
really.
easier to hate her.
Auslan. Yes, thank you, Jake. That's right. What did I say? What did I say? I said Auslan, didn't I?
That's what I
What did
thought.
I say?
Yeah. Oh, Aslan, maybe.
Aslan. No, it's Aus.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's the
but it's
pronunciation.
pronunciation. Yeah, I am from WA. Don't forget, I say Maya.
Yeah,
Maya.
that's right. And you guys don't have shit.
TV.
Pints,
Colour
schooners,
TV.
pots. Yeah, in WA, like when I was in WA, there was no such thing as a pot. I went up and asked for a pot, and I got a pint.
Oh no. Yeah,
Yeah,
pint.
it says
What are
a
you
schooner
talking
or a
about?
pint. Well,
Yep.
I mean, there's 3 different sizes down here. You get a pot, which is a bit smaller than a schooner, but in WA, a schooner's a pot.
That's a ladies' drink. Is that what you're asking for? A ladies' drink?
No, I mean, that's a pint, and
Smaller
half
than a
that size
schooner?
is in WA is a schooner. In Victoria, it's a pot, which is half the size, and there's a medium one, which is a schooner. So a
That's a ladies' drink.
schooner is in between the pot and the pint.
It's child size. Okay, you're asking for a child-sized lemonade, but please put beer in it. That's what you're saying.
Yes, fundamentally. But I got a pint because they didn't know what a pot was, When I come back
Fair enough.
to the rallies and go, I asked for a pot and I got a fucking pint. They go, oh, we don't have pots up here. Sorry, that's Victorian talk. Oh, righto.
Well, that's all right. You got 600 mil in your bladder. You'll be right.
Oh, I wasn't complaining. I didn't have to go back to the bar anytime soon.
Misery. Oh, you mean the book and the movie? Misery was based on the Western government's dues to the public during COVID. Yes, but great movie, by the way. We were talking about movies and music and stuff. Misery,
I have
have
to
you
agree
seen
with
that?
Sam. War for Territory by Sepultura. Fucking great song. Absolutely great
Yes.
song.
Sepultura.
That
We
whole
say
album,
Sepultura
Chaos
here in
AD.
WA. Sepultura?
Sepultura. Yeah, the Australian way of saying Sepultura. Yeah.
Sepultura.
Yeah. We were so well educated until you finally got the home video at $40 a fucking pop, and then you go, oh, they actually say Sepultura. Right. Yeah, cool. That makes sense. Sepultura, sepulture. Yeah, okay. I'm seeing grave. I get it.
Oh, I'll tell you what I've got. When I went to Japan in 1993, I got a VHS video of Metallica Master of Puppets, and I still have it. It's a
As in a
Japanese
live
original,
performance.
unwrapped. I don't know. I've never unwrapped it. Never watched it, and I still
Wow.
have it. Master of Puppets VHS Japanese edition. And I look at it every few years and
I
think,
think I have to
hey,
buy a fucking plane ticket to WA and we do the unveiling. We'll film you opening it and putting it into the VHS and sit back and
can't
watch it.
open it. I don't have
Have
a
you got it?
VHS anymore.
Oh, I'll bring the VHS. I got one. And at the same
Oh,
time, we'll
God.
digitally dub it. I know how to do that
Yeah.
too.
I've never opened it. Never opened it. I just put it in how everyone, I don't know, but I do. I have a drawer of all my treasures. It's in my treasure drawer. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well,
Mhm.
sacred treasure like that can be replicated digitally. I know exactly how to do it, and we should do it before it deteriorates. Having worked in the restoration of such
True.
technologies, the only thing it's going to do is degrade.
Clark's asking about my encounter with the reptilian at the bar. Yes, and this is a true story. I was in
Okay, I'm all
Japan.
ears.
Yeah, I was in Japan, and it would have been 2000 and so what's that? 2000 and it would have been 2000 and end of 2009, start of 2010, probably around that. Anyway, about 2010. Let's say that. And yeah, just this beautiful little Japanese bar, brand new bar that had opened in Miyuki-Dori. Go in there, meet some people. Yeah, beautiful little food while you're sitting at the bar and you have your drinks and stuff, and the nice little Japanese girls there behind serving and blah blah.
So they all
And
geisha girls, like fully done up,
no,
white,
no, no,
fucking
just
no,
no, just regular girls, and
just regular,
just regular girls. Anyway, and so I don't know, it was kind of weird, but
black
I
hair,
just thought,
slanty
oh,
eyes, regular girls.
racist. No, I thought it was a bit weird, but then I just thought, oh, it's a new bar. We haven't been here before, blah, 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 whatever. Anyway, as you do, in Japan, everybody's taking pictures of their drinks, their food, friends that you're with, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. And took photos of the staff that were serving us. And I shit you not, right? In the photo, there is the people that I'm with. There's the bar staff, so it was her and either two people next to her or one for the staff members. And every other person's face is normal looking face. And you can see one half of her face on the side that's not looking at us. It's not blurred, it's not discolored. The light isn't making a reflection. There's a clear outline of her face that is brown green, has the marks of like a snake skin, but larger with the pieces.
Yep.
And it's the
Scaly.
perfect outline. It's not, and every other single person in the photo is absolutely normal. And I've shown this photo to multiple people, and because when I tell them, they go, "Oh no, blah 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 blah," and every single person I show this photo to, they shit themselves. They absolutely shit themselves. So I do believe I have captured a reptilian on camera, and I'm not just pulling porkies. It's a crazy photo. It's a really
All right.
crazy photo. Really
Scan it in
crazy.
high res and send it to me. I'm busting to see it.
Yeah, it's on my original iPhone. See that? See how big? That's the
It's even got
original
reptile
iPhone.
scales on it.
So
Wow.
I'll charge it up, and it's even in the Hello Kitty cover from Japan all those years ago.
You mean to tell
And I
me
really,
you've got the most crucial reptilian photo in human history and you never got it off the phone?
oh no, I do, but I'd have to go scrolling back through my Facebook account, which can't be bothered. It's
Okay.
much more easier if I just charge
Yeah,
this
yeah.
baby
Or you
back
can
up.
have it on a hard drive somewhere. Like, I mean, that should be in a museum somewhere. But look, I'd love to see it. Secondarily, though, how well did you know this person?
The reptilian?
Yeah.
No, I never met her before in my life.
So they just happened to end up in a photo with you, Mob.
Well, she was serving me my drink.
Oh.
She was the chick behind the bar, and I
So it
actually
just
shat
happened to be a
myself.
sort of they just happened to be there while you guys were taking a happy snap. Sort of wasn't she wasn't just
Oh
like,
yeah, because it's the thing in Japan. You take photos of everything, that's and the bar staff go,
yeah. Yeah.
all this sort of stuff.
It's a Kodak
And
moment.
oh, that's right. And I actually noticed it when I took the photo. So there's a couple of them. It didn't just happen once. It
Is this
happened.
reptilian posing
No,
or
and
caught
she's
unawares?
looking like one of them. She's looking like, holy fuck, you got me. She looks fucking terrified that my lens is on her. She's
Ah,
absolutely shitting herself. I swear to God, not
like
making it up.
Einstein in front of a blackboard with 2 + 2 = 5.
Something like that.
That's a real thing. I didn't
Is
make it
that a
up.
real
Trust me.
thing?
Yeah. Give me
What
a
do you
sec.
mean? I don't get the reference. Not makeup, Kerry. No, I swear to God, swear to God. I should get my hubby in here one day because he was with me before I was married to him. He was there that night and he shat himself too.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, Jason. Yes, I saw it instantly because I looked at it. Yeah. Yep. Yes, Germans have funny things.
Hard
So
to
do
find it.
Japanese people. They like things like that, which is, well, all of the people do. People are people and stuff like that because they're weird. Blade Runner. That's another movie I haven't seen. Blade Runner. People
Really?
keep telling me, no, I haven't seen it. No, I haven't. I'm going to write it down again. Fuck. I haven't seen
You
it.
gotta see Blade Runner. That is wow.
Mm-mm.
I remember being told by people back in the day that, oh my God, it was horrible. I had to watch Blade Runner in high school. Like, fuck off. I had to watch Strictly Boring. Fuck off. I would take Blade Runner any day. Fucking some weird ass pansy dancing around in leotards. Fucking give me Guns and Glory. What the fuck? Demolition
We
Man. Fuck
watched
yeah, Frag Pinball. Demolition Man is one of the greatest movies ever.
Demolition Man. That's a
Yeah.
movie, isn't it? I haven't
Yeah,
seen
it
that
is.
either. No, writing that down too. What's the
When
one?
the COVID 1984 shit happened, every time I walked up to somebody, I'd be like this.
Wax on, wax off?
Demolition Man handshake.
Oh,
Because
no.
because in the future, everybody was dying of all these diseases and shit. So we weren't
Oh,
allowed to
that's
touch
right.
anybody. So instead of doing the elbow in Demolition Man, they waved their hands in front of each other like that.
Stop it.
So that's how I took the piss during fucking the early stages, and then I figured out who'd seen Demolition Man pretty quickly by doing that. Wow, it used to be really easy to find this photo of Einstein, but it's become quite difficult.
Yes, Kerry, I will have to have a week off to watch Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted. Yeah,
Ah,
I'm going to
of
have
course
some
you've seen
time
Bill
off.
and Ted. You've seen
Bill,
Bill and Ted.
I've seen Bill and Ted. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We've had this discussion. Bill and Ted is like a religion here on the North Queensland Freedom Network.
Oh, I'll tell you what movie. Well, there's 3 movies I can say word for word from beginning to end. That is Point Break,
Yep.
Mary Poppins, and Rocky Horror and the Picture Show.
You know what? I was thinking the other day how fucked up it is that Rocky Horror Picture Show has actually become reality.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I remember watching it when I was, youthful teenager, thinking this is one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. I think watching RoboCop was easier.
I haven't
Watching
seen
Paul
that
Murphy
either.
get shot the fuck. Oh wow. Well, I won't ruin it for you, but there's a very horrific scene there where Paul Murphy is at the point before it becomes RoboCop, without ruining the movie, and it's fucking horrible. And I had a Chinese mate when I was maybe 9 years old, so I went around there, and they don't give a shit. So we watched a rated R fucking RoboCop, and I was significantly traumatized, I believe. But yeah, you got to see
Right.
RoboCop, that's for sure. And
Well, I've got
I've actually lost my train of thought going back to that moment. That was full on.
I haven't seen RoboCop, but watching anything R-rated as a child, I would assume would be an experience for sure.
Mm,
Oh, sweet! Rocky Horror Picture Show being real life. That's what you're talking
that's
about.
right. Yeah.
Mm.
Again, watching Rocky Horror fucking was traumatic in a sense. Like, I mean, it's supposed to be jovial, but at the same
I love
time,
it.
I could see through the fact that this isn't really jovial. This is actually sexually invasive. What they're doing is horrible, you know.
I
And
couldn't
at
see
the
it.
end of the day, they've normalized that now. They've actually normalized something that
Yes.
even in my rather sheltered upbringing, I could see was wrong.
How old were you when you saw Rocky Horror Picture Show? If you
Probably
can
about
roughly.
13. Yeah, 13.
I watched it. I watched Rocky Horror Picture Show when I was about 6 or 7,
Oh wow!
and
I
I
suppose
just
that's the
loved it
equivalent of me watching RoboCop when I was 8. So
because of the music. Nothing ever entered into my mind that anything. I just love the music. I thought it was the best thing ever, and I used to watch it on repeat. Is that why I'm a twisted person? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
But yeah.
I agree with you. I think musically, it's attractive musically, but visually, I was quite disturbed.
There's
You know,
things in there that are very and no child should be watching. You're absolutely right,
Mm.
and I haven't shown it to my child, that's for sure, because I know exactly what you're talking about.
I
Mm-mm.
actually don't even want to go back there.
No.
I'm hesitant at this age to go back and watch the fucking movie. You know,
Mhm. I
I'll
wouldn't
go and
do it
watch
for anything.
RoboCop, no worries. But I struggle to
Okay,
go
I
back
can
and
put a
watch
star
that.
next to that one, can I? RoboCop.
Mm,
Of course, I have to pre-watch it. So I've got
mm.
RoboCop,
Hey, I've even got
Jump
RoboCop. See, I got him right here.
Blade Runner, Demolition Man. What? Oh, you're one of those people. You collect the things.
Can't
What am
take
I
him out of the
talking about?
box.
I know, it's like my Metallica video. I know.
There you go. There you go.
Hey. Yes, Sam, the normalizing of complete BS is a massive killer of our society. Exactly. Totally right. Yep. What
I'm
about movies
gonna have to go
now?
through my archives to find it. But
Little Shop of
there is a
Horrors. I haven't
photo.
seen that.
There's a shocked look on Einstein's face as he stands in front of a blackboard with 2 + 2 = 5.
Was
And
it
I've
meant
seen
to
it
be a
about
joke
20
or what was
fucking
it?
years ago. No, it's a dead set fucking, like, you can just see he's like,
But who
what the
put it
fuck?
there? Who put it on the board?
Well, it looks from the photo that I had at the time like he himself had written it. I'm just struggling to fucking find a digital version of it at this particular
Was it a
point.
satirical photo, like a satirical Einstein photo? You know, you're like,
Well, I don't know. It's one of those things I have to look into. But I remember being very inquisitive and perhaps distorted my own version of reality in at a certain point. And I come to the conclusion that how would you do that? How could you mathematically make 2 + 2 =
oh
5?
yeah, well they do, don't they?
So I'd come to the conclusion though that, well, the plus symbol itself has an intrinsic value, much like the negative symbol has an intrinsic value. So if the value being a positive carries a value, it'd have to be a value of at least 1. So 2 + 2 would = 5 in that regard. The same as, if you had, 2 - 3, it would = 0 if you gave negative the same intrinsic value reversed. Does that make sense? Or am I the only one that fucking messed up?
I know where you're going. I'm with
Mm.
you, kinda. I'm a language person, not a
Yeah.
mathematician, but I'm with you.
Well, maths is a language and allegedly a universal one at that.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what language you speak. 1 apple and plus 1 apple is still 2 apples. You can assign any word or value to those to an apple, but 2 apples is still 2 fucking apples, no matter what bloody language you speak.
I saw this video the other day, right, which actually questioned me, and I'm like, "This is fucking stupid." I mean, come on, and I was questioning myself, right? The question was, what is 2 divided by 2,
Mm-hmm.
right? And, it's, these content creators, they just show, people's answers to highlight stupidity, and probably he had to stand there for 6 days to get a couple of people to give retarded answers. But the compilation of the video, and they're just like, I mean, there was just no the answers just were like, where have these people have literally just fallen from the trees, scratching their armpits and literally just fallen from the trees. And I'm watching it, I'm going, this is very easy, and no one could get it. Of course,
Mm.
it's designed this way. This is what fucking idiots do with these dumb videos. And I'm just like, fucking hell. I mean, even if he did stand there for 2 days to get 6 people to say stupid answers, I mean, where are we when you can't go, what's 2 divided by 2? And people
Mm.
don't know. I mean, for fuck's sake, where are we? Honestly, have people just fallen from the tree? Were they just dropped off somewhere? The crane flew in and dropped them off in front of somebody's house. The NPCs, someone's referenced them in the comments earlier tonight. It's astounding. Absolutely astounding. It's
Mm.
horrifying. I don't know.
I agree. But we're at that point too, where you can't trust anything to that extent, where we end up in the realm of insane conspiracy theories. Because we don't know what to trust. We cannot accept any form of reality because everything has seemed like a lie. What can we accept as truth then?
Well,
And it
and
becomes
even
quite a
the
challenge. Even before COVID 1984, I've always had the astounding ability to come across anybody who would be thinking in that way and had to sit there, generally inebriated, and contemplate reality. How do we determine what is real when everything we look at is a lie?
well, it is. Yes. Wow, yes. Oh god. I think I need another drink before we start talking about that. Holy fuck balls.
Yeah, it's a tough
But
one.
guys, but that's the whole thing, Betty. I was like, where are we now? Where even, the most simplest task,
And
like what is 2
now,
divided
Laura
by 2,
pointed out
and
quite
we
well in a sense here. Like the kids in the 80s had books and the kids in the 90s had movies. Because I've
oh,
come across this generational thing, and it is literally only 10 years where,
yeah.
things, like Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, for example, we read
Mhm,
the book. Everybody
mhm,
now
yep,
sees only sees the movie.
mhm.
It's so much shit like that. I'm trying to think of where's Wally was only a book. You went and looked for Wally. Now it's a fucking cartoon, and that didn't take long. And
Well,
as
where are
as
we
we
now?
develop further, now we're moving into this AI realm.
Well, we're when if you've noticed, I don't know if it's just me, when we got to the year 2000, so now we're 2025, right? That's 25 years, okay? So if we looked back, 1900s to 1990, we can see each year they have a particular way of dressing. They have a
Mhm.
particular sound of music. They have a particular style of plays and movies and writing, literacy, all those sorts of things. And then when we got to the year 2000, I mean, if you look at a TV series that was on in 2022 and a series that's on in 2012 or 2022, it's very hard to tell the difference between those. And we're talking about 25 years. There's nothing distinguishing us from the year 2000 up until now, whereas previous to that, it was literally decades, and it would
Yeah.
switch to something else, and it was very distinct, for that decade.
Mhm.
I don't know, that's just me. I don't know. That's how I see it.
No.
Weird.
There is one exception, like right at the beginning of the 90s, there was this horrific anomaly known as happy pants.
Oh, yeah.
I think it lasted 1, maybe 2 years, and in amongst that was the parachute pants as well.
Mhm.
So glad that fucking died out because fuck, it was the most uncomfortable fashion they'd ever come out. Like as soon as there was a breeze, your balls just shot straight up, and all of a sudden you had 3 Adam's apples.
So
Horrible
you
bloody.
wore happy pants. Is that what you're telling us?
It was it was the
You
fashion at the time.
Oh,
Wore an
dear, how
onion on my belt
embarrassing.
because it was the fashion at the time.
Oh, happy pants. See, even now,
It
happy
was
pants
bad.
in 2025, it sounds like some pervert.
Yeah.
I've got happy pants.
They
Where do
were
I be
horrific.
going? What's
It's
wrong
like
with you?
tracking dacks, they're like right, like designed by some sort of crazed hippie. You know,
Oh,
um,
I try to get my son to wear track pants, and he just looks at me and is like, "They don't go with anything." I'm like, "It's just
mm,
tracky pants. Wear at home. They don't go with anything." I'm like,
yeah.
who doesn't love tracky pants? What's wrong with you? You know, they're
So
not
something
for
doesn't have the elastic around the leg. Like it's got to be a loose leg.
they've
Like
got
you
the
can't
elastic around the
that
leg.
elastic cuff around the ankles. Like that, it looks shit and it feels shit.
Okay, that may be why he doesn't like them.
Mm.
I'm glad we had this conversation. Okay, good.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've helped you out. Pleasure to be of assistance. Anything else you need help with?
I don't know. Oh, golly gosh. Holy moly. Huh. Right. Where are you? Gosh, you would be what? You're at midnight now, aren't you? Hammer time.
Uh, 10,
Da-na-na-na.
10 minutes. Yeah, give it 10 minutes and I can sing 2 minutes to midnight. Break out the old Iron Maiden, who I was
Iron
very
Maiden.
stoked to see. I actually got to see Iron Maiden live in Melbourne. It was
Wow.
great. And shit, what was that? It's like 2000 and something. And I lobbed up there, and there was all these dudes who were like way older than me, clearly, and they're wearing Iron Maiden in Melbourne 1982 tour t-shirts. I'm like,
Cool.
man, you got, yeah, I haven't been here since 1982. Fucking hell, wow, these guys are dedicated. Like, pretty sad that Iron Maiden hadn't been there since 1982. We're yeah, good 2000 something. I'd say a good 30 odd years. Good 30 odd years, easy. I have to go through and check my t-shirt. I do have an Iron Maiden tour t-shirt at the time, but it's rather faded now. Yeah,
Yes,
I'd say,
well, I mean,
anyway.
even now, I mean, golly gosh, it's a rare occurrence that, maybe it's just my opinion, that anybody visits Australia now, let alone states that are actually worth visiting internationally. And that's not because there isn't great music, because there is. It's just not worth their time. They lose money coming to Australia. We've got
Yeah.
ourselves in such a position where we can't even have international fabulous acts come to Australia because it's, they lose out. It's,
Yeah.
terrible.
Well, it's not economically viable, generally because we don't have the population, and the distance between the cities makes it a logistical problem.
Well, maybe we should
Where
ask Albo to help that with the immigration. Maybe it might be worth their time then.
yeah, that was a funny thing. When I was playing in bands like years and years ago, I thought we need more people in this country. The problem is the people they're bringing in ain't interested in seeing bands.
No.
They're more
No.
interested in shooting you for being in one. You're a heathen, and whatever other ridiculous ideology they're bringing in that is incompatible with our culture. In order for the music industry to thrive in this country, we need people who are interested in that culture and in that music and these things. We're bringing people in that are not helping the development of our culture or our country.
Well, is it fair to say that us folk are a dying breed, or is that racist as well to say? I don't know.
Honestly, I think the current paradigm that we as colonials, as we are racially vilified
Terrible
as these
people.
days,
Yep.
as horrible, white folk who have been here developing, the society as we know it, are now starting to feel what happened to the indigenous prior to us.
True. That's true.
Some might say it's a ironic scenario. We finally get to feel what our forefathers did to them, perhaps. It could also be a wonderful unifying construct where the indigenous who are still here and are probably down to 2 or less % of the population now, thanks to Albo. They, fundamental. Last I checked, according to census data, where the 900,000 would be a very kind number to put towards how many actual indigenous people are here. Not even 1 million. Albo imported 1.4 in his tenure.
No.
Don't tell me he gives a shit about them.
No. How's the reparations they're handing out everywhere now? Western Australia was the first to announce it, but I totally get what you're saying. I would add to that
Buying them off.
Shouldn't we fucking go like our Aboriginals would have liked to and obviously tried to do at the time was no, get fuck off. Shouldn't we be going no, get fuck off as well? and really be pushing back more than we are.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know how we navigate that exactly, but I sure as shit know. I mean, that number you just said is outrageous,
Yep.
to say the least.
No, it's astounding. There's not even 1 million Indigenous born, people who are legitimately Australian, according to the paradigm we're being told. All of Australia are scum because we weren't born here. We're not Indigenous. But
Mhm.
those who are Indigenous are not even in the number of 1 million. Wow.
And let's bring more
We're
people
at about
across.
28 million if my guesstimation is correct. There's 27 million non-Indigenous people here. And the next best thing to Indigenous is us colonials who have been here. I mean, I know my family's been here for almost from the beginning of colonization.
Yep.
Been here for a long fucking time. Long enough for us to actually go, how the fuck did we get here? And have to search in depth to find out how we got here.
And at the end of the day, all this divisive bullshit, essentially we all love each other, and it's the government that are insisting that we're all racist, disgusting people, and blah 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 blah. And we know that's
Leftist. It's
rubbish.
this side of the political circle.
Mm-hmm. Absolute trash. We just we have to ignore the bloody nonsense. And I mean, give me a break. You think, after I think it's 80, however much money Roger Crook here in Western Australia is going to give for reparations. Do you think that's going to stop the people who are so hell bent on telling me and everybody else with the same skin tone that we're bad people? Do you think that's going to stop them doing their marches and all the rest of it? Telling us that we're colonials, all this sort of crap. It's rubbish. I mean, what is it? I mean, this is the more important thing. Why are they putting this in the corporate media at the moment? Why is the government dishing this money out at the moment so that the media reports on it? Because there's something else they don't want us to look at. Because if we think for a second this money is going to solve any problems with racial division within Australia, you've all got rocks for brains. It's purely because they don't want us looking at something else. This is the dumb games that they play. And, we all talk about it. Meanwhile, we miss other things that are going on. Because it's not going to solve any racial division that does actually exist in Australia, because I'm not denying that. So what,
I think
it's one of these stupid games that they're playing.
It's to create the left and right.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with being well centered. It's got nothing to do with coming together. It's got nothing to do with any of the bullshit they're trying to sell. It's all about doing the direct opposite. So, to put it into context, the black fellas I associate with will happily tell you they've never seen a dollar of this shit. Billions and billions and millions and zillions and whatever fucking dollar sign you want to put to it never gets to the fucking people.
No.
It only gets to the industrialized corporations. And it really made sense when was it the Victorian Medical Association for Aboriginals decided they're not going to support Melbourne Storm anymore because they decided not to do a welcome to country when shit was looking really bad during the Anzac ceremony. And I looked at it and gone, so you mean to tell me the Victorian Aboriginal Medical Association is not going to send its money to the Melbourne Storm, a footy team that doesn't need any fucking money? Oh, does that mean they're actually going to have some money for the Indigenous people they're supposed to help? Am I the only one that's seen it that way? I don't know. I mean, or have I just identified that these things are fundamentally there to launder money into political ideologies as opposed to actually helping people? Because it's amazing how many Aboriginal people I've come across who are living in absolute squalor, haven't got a fucking dollar, being robbed and blind by the government and various other elements, are not seeing any of this millions of dollars of money laundering.
That's right. It's all these, we always talk about Big Pharma and the, uh, all the military industrial complex, all the, but we actually have those in our own country as well, and they are the institutions that are there to help Aboriginal people. They are the institutions that are there to help the homeless people. They are the institutions that are there to help the LGBTQA plus people, and none of that. The money is filtered down from the government, goes to those organisations, pays those wankers who sit in those offices and do absolutely bloody nothing to help the people that they purport to help. And as you said, a lot of people who actually see not a dollar of it. And we have mental health problems everywhere. We have homeless people everywhere. We have Indigenous people with no, we don't need to spell it out. And and this is another
Stevens
one. They think we're
4.9 billion to
stupid.
Pacific Island DEI programs. Exactly.
Oh,
It's
God.
it's exactly the same kind of crap that was, the Doge fucking uncovered. The same here in Townsville City Council. Oh, we're going to raise rates because we can't afford shit. We've got sewage running down the fucking street. Infrastructure's not being maintained, but we've got millions of dollars for stupid left-hard projects for fucking solar and wind and all this other useless shit that's not even in their field of what they're supposed to be fucking doing. It's just a giant money laundering fucking facility from fucking the bottom to the top, and we're all supposed to just go along with it.
Andrews just said, why don't they just assist people? And I'll say it again, dickheads, lift your game, because we all see through you. There might be a couple of people left in the general public that'll still put, dollar coins in your fucking tin cans at the shopping centre for the Red Cross, who don't know any better. But most of us do. So you really got to lift your game, because we're not buying it anymore. And actually, when people have had enough of not only the bullshit, but the bullshit that has direct ramifications on humans, and when the lid is lifted on the abhorrent situations that people are faced with, no matter what group you're part of, and only the lid will be lifted through independent media, not corporate media. So it's slowly happening. With the work you do with Indigenous, but all the rest of it, with all of our work, it's being lifted. People, more than already so, will see straight through this rubbish. So, dickheads, lift your game, because your bullshit is wearing thin. That's my message for the end of the night, Mike. Lift your game. We see through your shit.
I don't expect them to do that, though. I'll just maintain their fucking stupidity. But look, Robin, we are 30 seconds from 4 bloody hours. It's been a huge one.
Ooh.
And the back teeth are fighting for the second time. So I reckon we should probably call it a night and perhaps catch up another time for another round of random yarns. And in the meantime, I hope that you'll take the time to go and check out some of those movies.
I've got my list. Yes, I'm going to watch one tonight. I am.
Nice. Which one? Which ones are you going to scratch off the list first?
I think, because I keep hearing, I think I'm going to do Blade Runner, because that keeps coming up. I'm going to do Blade Runner.
Wise choice. Very, very wise one. You're gonna have to watch it a couple of times. I'll tell you that, because it's so deep. It's very deep. Very, very.
Look forward to it.
I can't find a small catchphrase for it because it's such a complex construct.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Love it.
Nice.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime.
I'll say bye, and you can say bye to the audience. Bye, Mark. Bye, everyone. Say bye.
See ya. I know it's been a long time coming. Thank you, Susan, for letting us know that that's hot and it's bloody 3 Street. It's supposed to be summer in Scotland. Three, really? Sorry, Susan. I feel for you. I really do. I'd love to come visit you one day, but 3 p.m. there now. What's the temperature? And Steve, Indigenous means we were born here. Yes, as look, I'm not going to speak for the Indigenous, but for those who have spoken to me, it's certainly been implied that if you're born here, you are of the earth, or of the planet, or of the country. But I put it to them, well, aren't we all of earth? So there's a psychological conundrum for everybody to consider. Figure it out. I don't know. How do you deal with that? Like, the idea that it's okay for you to be in this country as long as you're born in this country. But what if it's just you were born on this earth, you're okay to be on this earth? I don't know. I mean, I certainly agree with the idea, well, this mob is not compatible with this mob. Not working. Yeah, all children of Earth, yeah. But at the end of the day, we've got all these divisive programs going on. Apparently, we can't get along. Got to break that mold. Got to break that programming. That's the way I see it anyway. Sips, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. It's been a hell of a lot longer than I expected it to be. And I want to thank Oliver and Robin for coming to me, myself, and I. The idea manifested in interesting ways. Anyway, thank you all. Hope you've enjoyed the show. Check out everything in the description. There's some really cool things happening, actually. If I was going to do it by myself, I was going to find that anyway, lost that. Can't figure out where it went. Anyway, so Gaia got some cool shit. There is some cool shit that I was going to show you there that I'm going to go suss it out right now. It's this whole self-help thing that was going on there about reprogramming your own way of thinking. And I love the idea of reprogramming my own mind, because that means that someone else isn't doing it. It's me. And who should be in control of your mind but you? So go and have a look at that. I can't remember exactly what it was, because I did have something here, but I've lost it and I can't find it now. I've opened too many bloody things in them. Oh, here it is. AI's implications on sovereignty and spirituality. So this is something that's just recently available on Gaia, and you can get it for 7 days if you follow the link in the description. If you're having trouble getting that, just shoot me an email and I'll send it to you. But I'm very interested in this, because obviously AI is something we've discussed quite a lot during the day. But it'd be interesting to see what the Gaia Network's got to say. I'm certainly curious. I don't take anything as gospel truth. Always see it for what it is. That's the best way to do it. Obviously, in the description there, we've also got 10 free Bitcoin if you join up with CoinSpot. Very interesting stuff. I've got some coin stored away there. I can't say that it's been the best, but it hasn't been the worst either. Overall, I've won out playing with the Bitcoin on CoinSpot, but that's by being smart about it. I've lost a lot until I actually just cashed out a whole bunch of shit the last couple of days, just going, right, no, never going to go any further, except my loss, just pull out what I've got and retransfer it. Look, you roll the dice, you get what you get. I'm not going to say how you should and shouldn't spend your money, but hey, look, $10 free. Bitcoin itself, that works. All the other crap coins and these other things, well, it works or it doesn't. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, but this one has consumed me quite a lot. I've spent a lot of time figuring out how the stock market works with Stake. One of the things that always pissed me off about the idea of working in the stock market is that I had to go through a broker or some other fuckwit and then waste my time either A, communicating what I want, or B, trying to figure out what the hell these people are doing, or even trying to get onto them when you want to get onto them. Stake is an app where you get to do it straight away, right here, right now, when you are fucking ready. And that really inspires me. And not only can you trade here in Australia, you can trade in America. You use that code Mark B228, or even just follow the link in the description. $10 Australian free, and a free Wall Street stock. I got one. It was Nike. I got it at $62, which equates to about 80 odd 90, somewhere 80 to $90. All up, I got $100 for fucking just signing up and just transferring money. Transfer the money in. You don't have to buy anything. Just transfer the money in, and you get all this stuff. $100 straight up. Come on, where else do you go? You get $100 straight up. Always check out my good friend Darren Dixon, constitutionwatch.com.au. You want to find good stuff? That's where to find it. There's the clueiest dude I bloody know. Very good friend of mine. Highly recommend. Just go and have a look at his website. Costs you nothing to do it. We are still trying to work on the Indigenous documentary. Got to work at their time. That's all I can say. We'll get there one day. Got all the footage. We're still gathering stuff. We're still doing stuff. Want to contribute? By all means. All that aside, look, love presenting this stuff. There are definitely times where I'm like, can I be bothered today? And next thing you know, I'll do a 4-hour bloody podcast. What can I say?
Only if we fail, dude. No way!
Are we going to fail? No way. We're going to keep working. We're going to keep striving. And it all comes down to your desire to keep working, your desire to keep going. One of the things people said to me, happy to support you so long as you keep going. Well, challenge has been laid. I have to keep doing it. No way am I going to stop. Love you all. See you next time.